rite of passage is back and it is better than ever. Starting February 16th this year, you'll get to enter to try and get your chance to make XGS. With just a $50 entry fee, you get direct invite to our round robin stage where it is best of threes for every game, making sure every single chance, every game, every round has the most meaning possible. The best teams in the round robin group stage will make it on to our single elimination playoffs, where they can fight for not only a chance for the lion's share of a $1,000 plus grand prize, but also a chance, a direct invite to the next season of XGS. Signups close February 13th, just 3 days before the event actually starts, so make sure you gather your teammates, friends, and sign up, because this is your chance to make a name in the scene. Are you ready? Find out here.
The past month has led up this grand finals of XGS has finally arrived. It is now the event joined by the wonderful Chaka, and we have a banger on our hands. Chaka, how are you doing?
I'm excited. Like you mentioned, it's a hype day. It's grand finals. We got BO5s, unlimited overtimes, and just looking at the playoff bracket, the grand finals, the teams that we have ahead of us tonight, it's super exciting. TeamSESH being in the grand final, beating out Cornico and Ballsec Nation in some clean 2-0s. Not something that a lot of people expected. A lot of people probably didn't have TeamSESH going into the grand finals, but they made it here by playing some really good Siege and just surprising people along the way.
Yeah, I was talking to some friends earlier. I was like, yes, in the grand finals, I'm super excited. I kind of already know who's going to be playing. The expectations in my mind, I was like, oh, it's Ballsec Nation versus EA. Like, that is going to be, that was, to me, clear first grand final. Oh, after 2-0 to upset and get themselves to the grand finals. I mean, these are hungry players. They've already proven that hunger, and I'm excited to see how that hunger takes them in this best of 5 that we have going into tonight. It will be a long night, quite the marathon. 7 p.m. start for the Eastern side, which is crazy. We might be going into 1 a.m.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I never really thought about it like that because, like, I don't know why, but I think because we started so early-ish, like 7 o'clock, that maybe it wouldn't go that long, but it possibly will, and I wouldn't expect it. I wouldn't have it any other way. Just judging by how clean the playoff bracket has been for both teams, straight 2-0s. I hope we have a good grand finals tonight, and I hope that even though TeamSESH may not be coming into this game as the favorites, that they'll play this game as if they have something to prove, because the last time they played Unity, it was a really close game on Fortress. It was an 8-7 overtime, and I just hope we get a good game. That's what I'm hoping for.
I mean, I don't see how we would not. I mean, look at the stats that we have on our screen. They are neck and neck as well. I mean, obviously, these stats, once you get to the grand finals, are going to look decently similar because they've had to go through the similar obstacles to get here. But I feel like this is going to be a neck-and-neck game. I saw one prediction in prod chat that it was going to be a 3-1, but I think it will be a barn burner going to Game 5. One reminder for the grand finals as well, to put the stakes even higher for how long the series might be tonight. It is also unlimited overtime. So if these teams are not willing to back down, we could be here for as long as time.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing to look at when it comes to both team stats and how we're looking at this screen for the competitive edge, the stat comparison between SESH and Unity, I think the one thing that you can say in terms of like SESH is that the roles are a little bit more defined. You clearly have your star players on that team and the more supportive backline of it. Whereas Unity, everybody can like sort of show up on this team. You have an average EPS of 107. There is no clear like better player in the team. Like, yes, there's one player who does have like a better EPS than most and maybe a better KD and better entry stats, but like there's no clear better player on Unity compared to SESH, where if we look at SESH, the two players that I'm looking at obviously are Kiksa. He's the star entry player on this team. Cirx is like the second entry player. He plays also the more aggressive shields, the Blackbeard and the BB. And also on map 1 against Ballsec Nation, he was the clear best player on that team. He was just smoking them left, right, and center.
And I would even say their attack win rate of 42% is extremely impressive, with knowing the kind of maps that they were usually taking themselves to. Having that amount of attacking wins and being able to get those rounds under your belt is extremely impressive going into this series. Always threatening that a half could look like a 4-2 or even a 3-3, and going into your obviously more advantageous side of the defense, and having that leg up on the other team is going to be looking really good. And TeamSESH, like you said, is a very structured team. They have their conditions, and if those conditions are met, they are going to smoke you. And it kind of is up to this one player that we are about to see on our screen, Kixa. This guy is frying every single round. A nearly 60% cost, 105 EPS is absolutely bonkers. And so for everyone in the chat, this is the man to look at for TeamSESH. If he's frying, if he's making everything easy for his team, then TeamSESH will easily take the map.
Yeah, he's the player with the highest EPS on the team in terms of KD and how that stacks up. I believe he's also he has the best KD. Next best would be Cirx. In terms of like his entries, yes, he's negative on entries, but like you can tell that he's involved in almost every single entry compared to the next second best player on his team in entries, which would be Cirx, who's 16-10. He's always getting into gunfights early. He's always looking to get involved early. Even though he dies more than he does kill, it's still like very close. Like 18-21, that's like -3. That's still very close for somebody who's getting into early gunfights, into opening engagements more than most players are.
And also, you never know with how TeamSESH operates. They're obviously trading those entries as well. If he's the first to die, that is a swift trade, and then they play the chess game from there. So it's just a question of who sets up better and what conditions they have in store for them. But we do have to take a look at the opponents that Kixa will be facing off against. Like you said, it is a very strong roster of Team Unity, and like their name being said of Unity, they are a team that will step up when they need to. They are very similarly scored, similar roles and things like that, and they flow and ebb as they need to. Positive win rate on sides, just quite to look at.
Yeah, when started their run close going into the group stages, I think a lot of people started looking at Unity as one of the favorites to be present in the grand final, even just win XGS season 8. And the thing about Unity is that they have a system that's like very similar to SSG main roster, and the fact that everybody on this team can like totally entry. You have one player who's like the clear support player, which is Big Bands. He's kind of like lurker, Melbourne supportive player. Everybody on this team, apart from him, are like really aggressive, entry focused. Kiru can entry, Reapers can entry, Hat can entry, even though Hat to some extent is more of a lurk entry. Either way, like this team is like super aggressive, and by the roles that I'm telling you in which these players play, it does translate into their game. They're probably one of the more scarier teams. If we're gonna look into the future, one of the more scarier teams going into league.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight the ability that Kiru has of being IGL while having that sort of system. And to me, it shows a lot of strength that the IGL is willing to step up and say, all right, I'm hopping in, you guys hop in. Having that freedom to have, if somebody finds a gap, somebody finds an opportunity to hop in, and allowing Kiru to just be like, go for it, let's do it, let's run it. That is a very easy job for Kiru. To be honest, being able to fry out when he needs to. Usually he's the one stepping up and getting those kills, and I mean his stats, once we see them, speak for themselves.
Yeah, Reapers has been like one of the more, I can't really talk about like who's the most impressive player on the team, but Reapers for me, just because I haven't really heard of him in quite some time, is somebody who I think is going to be super impressive. I think BJL has been good. Hat is always going to turn his because he's a former tier 1 pro, and he's like consistently good in T2 and T3. Kiru is has recently became the IGL for Unity, but has had success in T2 before with Envy. Reapers is a little bit newer to me. He is he has been consistently good throughout the rest of season 8 in XGS. He is consistently good on entries, much like the rest of his teammates. And even though I don't think he has the highest EPS, he does like impact games just as much as everybody else. And I highlighted him, or we wanted to highlight him rather, because him and Kiksa have more of the same roles where they're more of the dedicated entries for the team.
Yeah, and still that fear of anyone can enter and everyone can get into the map first and get the ball rolling is absolutely terrifying, because I feel like there's kind of the strategy in Siege of being able to read into the team and say, oh, I think this is, oh, it's the Grim. I see where the Grim is. That's the entry. Now we have to keep our eyes peeled for that side. Instead, you're fearing all sides of Team Unity. Speaking of the map, though, we are going into the map veto, Border being our first pick, as Lair is the second on the chopping block as well. I mean, those are just amazing maps to start off on, Chaka. Just a real great trendsetter.
Yeah, Border and Lair are always really exciting to watch. It's no surprise that Bank and Chalet are gone first, just because those are permabans for both SESH and Unity ever since the start of the year. And then I'm kind of surprised that Unity were the ones to ban Fortress out. Reminder, or just like as a note for people who are currently watching, these, from what I was told, are not the correct order of bans. So technically Fortress and Labs were banned before Border and Lair was picked. Fortress being banned by Unity, even though they quite like the map, is kind of surprising to me, because they previously beat SESH on it. SESH has also shown that they really do like Fortress to some extent as well. And with Fortress being banned, SESH picked Clubhouse, a map that Unity don't really have a ton of playing experience on. They only played it once, and that was just yesterday against SSG ACAD, where they rode them 7-1. So the map pool is very interesting for me, not just from the initial picks and bans, just from the later stages of it and how we got to the maps we got to.
Yeah, I think something to note as well, and something that I remember hearing you mention in the pre-show, was the amount of homework that SESH will do and the amount of VOD review. I wonder if that's what went into that Fortress ban, is, hey, we already played against this team on this map, and they are probably going to be doing more homework and be more vigilant on how to tear apart our structure than we're able to adapt to. So we might as well just throw them onto a map where maybe our more fluid structure and the structure of someone go kill someone else, find a spot to go into, that is going to fulfill an easier victory for us, an easier win condition, than kind of playing into the hand of SESH, of playing into their structure, their more backbone-y Fortress, dare I say, kind of play style. Just throw them off of it. Let's play these fast maps, especially in the first map being Border. Let's just get that tempo going and keep TeamSESH behind on the back step so that they never step up and encircle us in their whatever strategies they unfold on us.
And to be fair as well to Unity, to Unity to some extent, because they did pick Border first. SESH plays Border and has played Border a ton this year. They played it a total of 6 times. They've won it once. They've won it 5 times. They've lost it once. The last team they lost it to was against SSGA. That was their last game of the group stage for season 8 of XGS. Just like how we talk about SESH as like these grinders that like prep for the teams that they play for, probably was why they like did so well against Envy. And this is kind of like a playstyle thing with SESH, is that I didn't really understand how to like describe them coming into this game until like I asked Goose, and Goose was like, I would more or less describe them as like a chameleon, because for me, I struggled to call them like an aggressive team like Unity, because like in the game against Ballsack Nation, they didn't roam unless they really had to, or unless like a setup really called for it. They mainly just like bunkered onto sites and waited for Ballsack Nation to try and execute against them, and then they would strike. But like for me, SESH is like a team that just adapts to their environment well. So if Unity are going to be like super aggressive, SESH isn't going to back down. They're probably going to play just as aggressive as well and try to match their energy, which is what you need on Border, seeing as they're starting off on that defense.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens. As you can see on your screen, though, we are hitting a tech pause, which, it wouldn't be a T3, T2 tournament without some technical issues, especially the grand final. Hopefully this is not a foreshadowing of what is to come. We'll manifest good vibes. However, something that I do want to note is the ability that Unity also has to be fluid in their structure. I know I keep talking about it, but it's going to be a very fun game to watch who matches who and at what moment do they back down or at what moment do they shift their play style, right? How much do they go and try to extend? How deep does your playbook go? And how willing are you to even just throw away the playbook and play your own game to try to throw off the other team? I think it'll be a really fun mismatch between these two teams of adapting and a chameleon versus a chameleon. I mean, what do you adapt to if you're facing another adapter? Philosophy question for you, Chaka.
It's not a good question for me because, to be honest, I wouldn't know. And I'll be excited to see how the two teams adjust to each other because, like you said, it kind of like it's really weird. It's like it's not even just a thing that Siege does; it's a thing that really any other game does, and it happens like more recently in like the modern age of a lot of competitive games where, like, because of how like old some of these games are and how practiced some of the strats are, it feels like you're just kind of coming up with like consistent like counters to whatever default strategy there is. Like sometimes teams just activate on like different types of timings and they'll do things to like disrupt the other team's timings and whatnot. And so that's kind of what like Unity do a lot, is that they'll just do things like super early, or they'll do it at like weird timings, or they'll just like do things super fast, and it'll catch a lot of the teams off guard. And that's why I'm like looking at them as like a huge like team, maybe even a favorite going into the Challenger qualifiers to qualify for Pro League, because like they're just super fun to watch. And I think they're probably gonna give like teams like Standby LFO, despite them having Pro League experience, or even just Cruelty, a lot of issues to qualify back into Pro League and all of that stuff.
Yeah, and I also feel like, I mean, I'll say both of these teams have names that really I want to see succeed. I mean, players like BJL, I've been able to cast my whole casting career ever since I stepped up to TPL. What was it? Not this most recent summer, but the summer before that. And I've always wanted them to get somewhere bigger. They've always had this potential where they just needed the right roster or the right run to be able to be something known. And I would say the same for a lot of these SESH players, people like Badger, TK. I mean, I want them to succeed. They've always shown that they're willing to push themselves to that point. And so Unity might, I mean, I feel like, the stakes, as you keep saying, are kind of also a precursor of what is Challengers League going to look like. Obviously, one of these teams was able to take down Ballsack Nation, which is kind of an Easter egg to what Challenger League will look like. I mean, that is not what JJ's roster will fully look like come Challengers League. But there's still that precursor of, okay, if they're able to compete, if they're able to take this win, they're going to have the confidence going into CL quals that is, hey, we belong here. We actually belong to have our moment in the lights. It's just if they get too bright for them come either today or later on, for them to really prove their true worth. Well,
okay, yeah, apologies about that. I was gonna say like we could talk. No, you did. To be fair, I was gonna say like I wanted to talk more about like I guess the initial bans that we saw from both SESH and Unity, because like Border is a very I compared to like Clubhouse, like one of the older maps in the map pool. Even with like the changes that happened to it like a while ago, it still kind of plays the same exact way. For SESH, they banned things that are a little bit more default, which is the Mira and the Azami. For Unity, rather, they banned the Mira and Azami. For SESH, they banned Ying and Glass, which, to be fair, I think those are two decent bans to take out of Unity's playbook, just because, like I described earlier, Unity are a very aggressive, fast-paced team. Ying is somebody who can control the pace on her own, and so can Glass. He can create a ton of space just by throwing like one smoke grenade, because why would you ego chow a Glass and a smoke unless you plan to bring like a warden in that case? So yeah, I think these are really two good bans, because at least if a smoke goes down, that there's not a Glass immediately pushing it.
Yeah, I will say those two bans do leave up what is most likely going to be the third ban, and that's Grim. I feel like Grim is in my opinion, one of the strongest operators on border due to the fact of just making sites feel even more claustrophobic with the amount of bees. Well, the Gun of Reapers, the player that we were highlighting, is immediately taken away as MJ, without the ACOG on the UMP, gets slick little one tap onto him. Great start to the round. However, I feel like the core of what Unity's attack is still up and available to rock as they start to take over Breakside.
Yeah, for Unity, you have a bunch of players who could have potentially just claw back kills. They also still have the Monty on board. It's not like IQ had a terrible amount of utility in order to counter on this defensive lineup. So Monty's still up, and you can use that to either take security room, which is what they're mainly focusing on, like you highlighted, or they can use it to even flip over towards the east side to pressure the smoke here.
TK just runs through break door and gets the Selma. Absolutely insane.
Man.
Luckily for Unity, they do get one of the Selma breach sequences off, so they have the window but nothing to hop through. C4 going out, the only C4 on the side of TeamSESH, and it does a decent amount of damage, but nothing permanent for Team Unity's shield player. Flash for Hat to hop into CC, met with a Grommet, but it's TK to find the second kill, and it's falling apart for Team Unity as they all die. They all are swatted like flies, and it's left to the shield player of Unity to clutch up a 1v4, but it's nothing possible for him. He's shut down, and TeamSESH find their first round.
Yeah, and it's a good hold from TeamSESH, something that's like super duper default between that for that armory and security hold, where with that armory and security hold, you really want good synergy between your armory and security player. Unity tried to like find some gaps in security. That's why you had Kiru as the ace just try, or not Kiru, but BJL as the ace trying to jump into the security window in order to find the kill, but he was immediately muted by the Guzmat mine. And because you still had Ella on the other side of the bookcase, still holding her crossfire with the armory player, you know, you're not immediately going to deal with them. You also still had a 90 player, which was TK on that Rooney, still just covering a lot of space around break and server. So a really good hold from TeamSESH, and Unity not able to find any gaps as they really did try to in the mid round after losing the open pit.
I don't want to call it a trend already, Chaka, because this is the second round. However, common, something that I'm noticing already is that TeamSESH is starting to bring these trap operators that haven't been super present, really. But with the most recent patch, the buff of Thorn, and also just a lot of people are starting to pick up Ella a little bit more. I think that's something that I'm going to keep my eye out for, is how much does TeamSESH bring these traps to try to control space and lower the tempo of the aggression that Unity can bring and are willing to bring. We're seeing the Thorn right now, that's why I bring it up, and also the smoke nades and Goyo canisters to boot. It seems that they're really wanting to control space and control the exteriors, which is ever so needed on a map like Border. And it's going to be a question for me of how does Unity respond to that sort of space control.
Yeah, and the Ella was pretty good last round for covering the security window jumping, so that's a really good highlight to have. And also, like you mentioned as well, with Thorn, she's gotten a lot more powerful recently, especially if you've been playing ranked. I'm gonna be totally honest, I hate Thorn now, just because every time I walk into the trap, I feel like I die, just because if I step in a barbed wire, I can't move. And so, like, yeah, you just kind of have to be a little bit more careful about how you play around the map. We know that Unity love to take space and try and, like, jump into, like, random parts of the map and sneak up on people. The traps are going to be a really good cover for covering up those gaps, essentially. So, yeah, it's a really nice strategy from TeamSESH.
Well, it seems Unity is really struggling to find those sorts of gaps right now. A lot of drones being ripped away, and, well, speaking of being ripped away, oh my god, that's two for the smoke, playing top east, excuse me, and now Unity is kind of left in the same situation as last round of being down a couple members, not really finding a space to really get into the site or map itself. Maybe it's Hat, bottom east, starting to pinch, pushes that smoke that took two of his players away earlier, and it's on a Brome. Okay, well that's a freebie. Well, there's another freebie. MJ down, evened up now, 3-3 with a minute remaining.
Yeah, no info on Hat's position in courtyard, so he just sneaks up these stairs and kills the east stairs player. And now, if you're Sesh, like, what do you want to do? Because you don't have office control anymore. You barely really, you don't really have office control anymore. You now have no security control anymore. Your grip on the second floor is sort of lifting a little bit. You no longer have that. And it's kind of like with this space that they have, it kind of does free up the type of execute they could go for. They could just walk down east and just run right into tellers.
TK and Badger decently split, unless TK goes down after, as he just did. Okay, you know, a little bit of lag there, but Kiru is gonna take over that lag and get a free kill on the Badger. Diffuser going down, flashes and nades going through to try to cover where TK goes. He finds Vicman though. 1v2 remaining. Trying to get aggressive here from Bathroom. Needs to unlock where Hat is. And somehow he dies to a line. I don't... Floating? Hacks have been made for chance, but Hat from bottom lobby. Gonna defuse. TK slipping through. This is visually so... He gets a kill! And wins a 1v3! And TeamSESH find their second round with a question mark.
That was a 1v3, by the way. So, like, you know what? Good on TK for winning out the 1v3. I think
it was a 1v3, right? It was.
Yeah, it was a 1v3. It was a 2v3 at first, and then Nagoyo inside of Workshop killed one player from Unity that tried to sneak in the middle of the bookcases or just like try to like get more space inside of the Tiller site. He dies. That was a 1v2 technically. So yeah, okay. I mean that was a good 1v2. I guess. It's a shame that I couldn't see it in all its glory, I guess, but that was kind of like odd. And yeah, I mean, we talked about the turn and how like good she's been. She like recently the biggest thing that makes her more annoying now is because her traps go off a lot quicker, meaning that you have little chance to escape even if there's like no barbed wire or nothing slowing you down. And so that's kind of like what happened with Kiru. He can't really get away even, and even if he did try to get away, you know, TK could probably hold him like running out away from the Thorin's traps as well. And then it's just nice that he isolated the gunfight in courtyard somehow. He was like skating, they looked at each other twice. It was just like really weird. But it was a good clutch, and it's another round for TeamSESH. Something that a round that they probably should have lost based on like, well, the numbers disadvantage, really no map control, and also no plant denial to stop it, to stop that plant from going down either.
Well, it seems Unity is going to be a little bit angry about what happened that last round, and probably what happened the round before. And they're going to turn up the pace a little bit. Sends walls to be able to allow Kiru and BJL to make some havoc happen with the Lion Scan overhead. We're going to be turning on the accelerator here. And TeamSESH don't really have anything to stop it. Maybe some smoke nades and maybe some Ela mines, but I don't know. If they find the right gap, this could cause chaos. And so far, 30 seconds of the round, Reapers is not dead, which is a new record.
Yeah, we highlighted how strong Reapers is for the entry, not even just him, but also the rest of Unity. If Reapers doesn't find any success on entries, or if Unity doesn't, it's gonna be really hard to like consistently try and like call back these rounds. But it looks like they're going for a top 4 push, and even necessarily just to make birth themselves, but just to clear the players up top from here. Okay.
Well, Kiru at some point went to CC, and there's low HP bars. Okay, DK. Oh my god, everyone's dead. Okay. Reapers dies, but he wasn't the first to die, and now it's up to the 2 DMRs. Make that 1 DMR of Unity. 1 HP. Looks like his point of okay, he's going to supply. Sure. Okay. Maybe a gap. Somehow Kickselect just took a lot of damage. Not sure what that was from. Maybe a nitro. But minute remaining, he's in Workshop. And everyone is just holding case. Oh, there's a floating case in CC. Okay. Well, that makes things a little bit easier for us to comprehend.
Yeah, that's natural. Not at all, like, odd. Yeah, no.
Well, it helped us as observers and viewers to know that it's as has learned up in a gunfight.
What?
And someone killed. Oh, we're reconnecting, guys. 1 second.
1 second. Like you reconnected the game.
Hold on, guys. I gotta restart my game, bro. 1 second. Guys, I gotta restart my Uplay. That's me.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, real start actually for Sesh. This is Unity's mech pick, by the way. Like, I'm gonna be totally honest. Like, we're just seeing like a lot of good individuals from TeamSESH show up when it truly does matter. Somebody who I don't feel like gets a lot of like praise as much as like say a Kixa does is like Cirx. I don't really see his name mentioned a lot, but he's been like really good, and especially in the playoffs. Maybe not in the game against Carnenco, but I know for the last 2 games, he's been somebody who's been showing up consistently for Sesh in some of these more crucial moments. And against JJCo, he had like at least like 2 clutches too. So he's just like a big game player, somebody who just certainly does back up the talk, and who's right now, 6-2, just doing really well.
Yeah, I mean TK as well with 6-1.
Yeah.
Some big names popping up for Sesh. I mean, obviously these are the players that are kind of taking the assault that Unity is bringing to the table. Unfortunately, it was a little difficult for us to really understand last round and what kind of take that they were going, but it seems that Unity is learning, okay guys, we can't go fast. They're not letting us go fast. Let's bring the IQ back, and try to find the mines that TeamSESH are laying around the map, because that seems to be the big struggle that Unity is facing, is where are these thorn mines, where are these Ella mines to stop us and prevent us from finding these weird exterior spaces in order to grab a hold of the site and the map and try to take space from there. Once that's being stumped, it seems they have no other option.
Yeah, like round in the Ella mines came out to make that push into security room quite difficult. I also think that TeamSESH's crossfire for especially is like really strong, and when Unity do try to go for these fast plays, it's always like a TeamSESH player ready to cover somebody who's just about to die. So for border defense especially, crossfires are super important for this map. You need to have strong crossfires established on this map, or else you're just going to get overran and isolated quite easily. And so that's something that teams have in their back pocket that Unity can't quite break apart at the moment.
A lot of information from TK on the cams there towards the east, seeing Kiru and seeing another teammate right behind him. Seems TK and the gang are now trying to assault that side of the map, and that assault is going right onto Marcelo charges Unity, and their top east play is starting to fall apart. Frag grenade from Reapers to try to give some sort of space from Kiru, but instead it's Space taking down the Thorn. MJ might have a great angle here contesting top east. He's getting a lot of information, and he's trying to help out Kixlax, slowing down from Unity and trying to get figure out a pick, as all members of SESH are looking to plug this gap.
Yeah, it looked like as well that Space wanted to aggress out of triple wall in order to try and refrag Cirque's position. I'm assuming he was either break room as like the eastbound player, or he was maybe upstairs, but I don't know how he would be doing that as a door. Either way, this is like top east control along with office control. So when Unity do lose the first pick, they at least make it before with a bunch of their favorite thing here is that they don't have really any hard breach to open up the walls. Just gonna have 2 open crossfire that have set up between the fountain and the archives player.
Space and Badger holding that crossfire with 40 seconds remaining of Unity. I feel like this is the most amount of space that they've really gained on this map so far, and it's Big Fans finding the CC player of TK. It's gonna give him a lot of space and no more DMR to have to deal with on these long angles. Kixlax tries to get active, but it's Reapers to shut down his teammate. MJ is now left alive. He finds one, he finds a second, but BGL swiftly finds him before he gets more blood, and Unity is on the board.
Yeah, everybody from Team I really didn't like that readjustment for Unity in the in that round just then. I literally said that they were gonna go into another crossfire that was set up by TeamSESH, and TeamSESH thought Unity would also wrap around their 90, so they had a security player there. But the thing that Unity did really, they just used the Monty to their advantage. They used clear out security room, get out info, and also just like this little figurehead to end up getting the security room player. Once that security room player, the found player is gonna go office side and 90s side, which makes him super duper in this position. He has to get aggressive. He did. He died. So from there, Unity just did a very good job of just assessing what they needed to do, which was get the security room control, use that to then like proceed through the rest of offices, because without that security control, without getting 90 control, you have no reason to like push through fountains, because it's just going to be super hard to do so.
Interesting change here from TeamSESH. This lineup is something that I haven't really seen. The clash to Tachanka and Pulse is something that I wanted to note, as well as TK on the Pulse was hiding that whole time in one of the bathroom stalls, not allowing Unity to see. I think the big thing that Unity is going to see is that clash. That's exactly why they immediately bring a Thatcher to try to counter that. However, how do they deal with potentially this this Nitro from underneath? That's going to be the question for me, as I'm sure Unity is going to try and do a top-down approach. That's kind of what you have to do on border. Try to bring that Monty up there and try to contest this clash that's up there. But there's going to be a shark in the waters.
Yeah, this just seems more of like a layer idea from TeamSESH as well. The fact that, like you highlighted, they have a Nitro cell down below. They could obviously just like back off of top floor once, say, Fountain Wall gets open. That's usually when the defense backs off of like the top floor control when Fountain Wall gets open, and then the rest of the attack push through. Then like Unity can just drop off and play off the information from this post scanner. They have another Nitro cell in the back of Pixa, but this isn't quite the take that maybe Sesh were preparing for, because Unity looked like they wanted to just like directly go into Workshop, and then they've just completely backed off of that.
I don't think Unity really has a pressure to commit to any sort of space with the lineup that they have. It's a lot of information gathering, using these demo scanners to try to find the exterior players. Pulse is going to be the first to be scanned out from that death marker, showing that he's around bathrooms, he's around Workshop, he's kind of playing close to the chest. Same with Tachanka next to him. And it's just those two near sight. The remaining members are on the second floor. Kicks trying to find an alley-oop towards the Monty, but it's immediately shut down as it was missed. Tachanka Pellet supporting, however, from underneath, and Kira takes a decent amount of damage, forces Unity to slow down. Next call goes out, the final call of Unity. What is the space that they challenge? It's Hat from bottom metal, finding Badger, and now rotating back. TK is found immediately after as well. The push-pull of Unity is forcing TeamSESH to look behind, front, left, right. They have no idea as they slow down once again.
And it's going to be super dangerous to drop off from the top floor, because you have Hat down below as like a cutoff option, but Kixa just kills 2 people taking top floor control. So now you don't have that control anymore, because those were the only 2 players taking it. BJL dies trying to jump the Canadian window. What do you have? That's just, oh, that's crazy from Sesh.
Hat and Vic completely disconnected. Hat trades, however. 2v1 now for Vic, but one of those players is a Pulse, but it doesn't matter, as the Aruni is the one to strike him down and end his life. Unity down with 1-4.
And again, it's just like the good defensive setups. Like, TeamSESH started space. They just kind of like, they have a ton of ground to hold on top. And one of the things is that, like, while Unity were getting a bunch of important kills, like you mentioned, they used the push strategy in order to like force to then rotate down. And that forced them Hat. Now you have like no player around the first floor unless our Hat, which is super to do with 1 side player left alive. The thing about that round that troubles me a little bit is that like Unity had open up Fountain Wall. Fountain is for opening up if you're going to top floor, ventilation, or for a bathroom's take, just because there are no like powerful positions to play behind. Fountain is a crucial, powerful spot to play when Fountain Wall is left open. That was never open by Unity, so they had a harder time taking top floor, because the only way they could like go through the doorway was just through like the only way they could go through Fountain and get the rest of top floor control is either through 90 through the double doors of office, or just through the single door in archives. So yeah, like the Kai just make that so much more difficult for Unity to open up Fountain Wall, I guess.
Well, TeamSESH going back to their gold standard of the first 3 rounds and playing a lot of traps, the Fenrir and the Thorn this time, and Malusi Wub Wub to boot. I love the Solus pick as well, to try to find where Unity is playing. And I mean, Unity has been showing a lot of drone operators, this time the Brava, but previously it was the Twitch. So trying to find where those drones are and strike them down early on is really important for the way that TeamSESH has been playing. It's a lot of smoke and mirrors on this border so far, and I don't think that Unity has found a way to really get through this smoke. Badger, though, popping out. It might be punished. It's known, and Vic Band strikes it down. Here goes the drone control from Badger and the Solus. Caster curse a little bit, but Xerx is just going to find a trade on Hat. So no more Bravas. And sure, why not? Space killing Kira as well. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yep, and that's both the Dokesby and the Brava down. I'm not too sure if the Brava was able to hack anything, but okay, Vic just finds space inside of sight. That's cool. There's nobody up here, and Diffuser's still outside, so that's retrievable from Unity.
Reapers is going to be set to take on the task. Thorn is going to put a lot of pressure, and it's actually pressure that Vic Bands will not be able to withstand. Reapers might have a gunfight against a player that just struck down his foe, or his teammate, excuse me. Reapers has already lurked into Workshop. There's someone bottom east, ready and waiting. It's Kixlax. But I mean, TeamSESH has no need to really show their hand at all until Reapers puts down the diffuser, as he's doing now. 50% remaining. BJL has one fire bolt to be able to play the post, and it gets the head of space. That's a great play here for the post plant. 5 seconds remaining, though. 2 players up top to try to wreak havoc. Xerx and TK, but it's first Kixlax finding one, but BGL quickly and swiftly finds a trade. It doesn't matter though, as Xerx drops down, finds BJL, and TeamSESH in the first half of Border, 5-1.
It's a risky idea from Sesh in like retrospect to like give up that much site control in order to keep playing top 4 control. But like, you know, playing for top 4 control for the workshop and ventilation sites is actually really good, because then if you have top 4 control, the attackers never push you off. You can deny plant. The issue is that the plant still went down because there wasn't a ton of info. Sesh weren't playing like any posts or Solus upstairs, so the plant was able to go through, but it didn't really matter in the end because Sesh, since the start of this Border game, has been really good at playing crossfires and trades the whole entire time. That round came down to really good trades because they had the man advantage. Nobody overdid anything. Nobody did anything crazy. There wasn't like a crazy 2K from like a Unity player. It was just like one and dones from both of them. So a 5-1 half, and in my honest opinion, Sesh, this could have probably been like a 4-2, but I think it's deserved from them to be this dominant going into Border just because of how well they've been playing the actual map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, TeamSESH have just been able to play their own game, and it seems that Unity has yet to be able to find a solution in the way that TeamSESH has played. Their attack just seemed like it lacked the luster to be able to dominate over what TeamSESH was providing. And now going to the attack side, TeamSESH showing their cards a little bit, with Xerx putting in all chat that he will be playing Deimos, the Deimos that was left up, and actually swapping off instead. Seeing that there's a couple pieces of utility that maybe they want to take out, specifically the Mira that was left up from TeamSESH. They decided to ban the smoke instead. Which, to me, signals maybe they want to be playing fast and try to get control early on without having to play the time game against smoke.
Yeah, that means that like East Stairs is gonna be like really hard to hold on to. Obviously, some teams still opt to like have some sort of setup for East Stairs to waste a little bit of time, mainly playing around like a Fenrir off of triple wall of office, but that's quite dangerous to do by yourself, so it doesn't really look like East Side is gonna be that big of a deal for Unity. It doesn't really look like they're investing resources. They're just gonna completely block it off, and that's really about it.
And valid. Makes sense. If you don't have that strong of a hold, why give that free player away? Instead, Mira towards Archives, and another Mira I believe was closer to break. Some Flores drones being worked, trying to get these castle barricades as well. They do have to try to find a way to deal with the Goyos as the time starts to tick away. TeamSESH though, doing their due diligence, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and trying to really make a plan. Again, it's that structure that we talked about in the pre-show. But there goes TK.
Oh, okay. Kiru killed TK down below, and wow, he just gets another one as well. So that's Kixa down. I'm assuming the Nomad got all of her air jabs down before dying, but like TK didn't use a single lion charge in this round, so like any of like that stop pull utility that you had with the lion is now gone for the rest of it, and you didn't even get a chance to like start it. Now this is going to be on like up to some of the individuals from TeamSESH. It's a 5-1 scoreline, so it's nothing to really worry about at the moment, but you have to depend on some of these individuals to pop off and get some of these fallback kills.
Circus is going to be one of those individuals that is getting very active, already in main lobby, trying to play off of the workshop flash grenade that was thrown in. He sees the top of the head of Kiru and finally strikes it down. That's a pre-placed Nitro that was supporting the crossfire that was towards second floor, but TeamSESH seems to be ignoring whatever Unity is providing second floor, forcing them to flurry their way back down, and Hat is not going to go out quietly. He finds space. Make sure that his teammate finds a good all chat, but a great kill from Cirx is going to make this maybe possible. Badger still with the briefcase and going to be putting it down 75%. Reapers looks to the hatch, and that's exactly where Cirx is waiting, but he's struck down to his knees, forcing Badger off the defuse and getting active. He finds BJL. It's a 1v1 against Hat, and he finds it! TeamSESH find map point immediately.
I can't believe they clawed that back, because Unity, they picked this off site, and they had like the correct angles on top floor in order to really deny any type of plant spot, like that vert angle that was from 90 right next to the fountain wall. That is a common angle that you see for that site, and it's really strong for a good reason, because it can deny the plant spot right next to the customs double wall that was reinforced by Unity at the beginning of that round. But they just gave up so many individual picks. One player dies to the vert. That was a nice shot from Cirx. Another player gets turned on by Cirx. And then he finally goes down, and it's all up to Badger in a 1v2. He somehow clutches it out because there wasn't any unity between the last two players alive. That was, in all of its essence, kind of like a throw from Unity, considering they had top floor control with all the vert angles. It was a 4v2, but they just got wrapped on by Cirx. Like, how does that happen?
Okay, I think at some point we need to apologize for the caster curse that we put in onto the heads of Kicks and Reapers, as they are both underperforming to the standards that we were hyping them up to be. You know, these players that are they are getting active, playing fast. Instead, it's just a Cirx show. TK was playing great earlier on, but instead now it's just Cirx floating, finding 3 kills in that last round. I mean, recovering just what was an impossible round, and now back on the Deimos, an operator that he was very excited to play in the all chat once it didn't get banned. He now has pings on all 5 members of Unity, and he is sprinting into Armory with the gusto of a god.
He's so confident. I want to be like this when I entry on rank.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he does have like 3 droners, a Dokkaebi, and a Lion Scan to play with, so, you know, he's got information. One of those phone calls going out as well. They start to take space towards Archives. Vic takes a decent amount of damage as TK receives some as well. Up to Reapers and Vic, though, to try to make this hold happen. Sure.
Cirx just like wrapped around in 90.
Oh my god.
And he gets another one
yeah,
from just
not,
wrapping
man?
around in 90. Nobody had any vision on that from Unity on that top floor hold. That is like the one spot that you really need to be watching if you're holding top floor control. And they didn't have anybody east. They had no info for 90. So they just get smoked on by Cirx. And that's full top floor control in like a minute.
Yeah, a minute and a half to play with still. And that's full vert to play with. Badger, though, is taken down. It's Kiru getting active on the Solus, something that he was unable to do last round, so he was shut out from the game early on. Next Deathmark going to go out. It's onto the Kaid. BJL playing towards Customs. He's very isolated from the rest of his 2. The Deathmark going away, but I mean, Cirx, did you see that highlight? He was sprinting over to try to find an angle and get something happening. It's Kiro, though, under the fire of the Capital, but that's allowing TK to find Hat. He finds Kiro as well as he drops from bathroom. BGL now, they know exactly where he is because of the previous Deimos tracker, and they don't even need the final one. It is an easy frag out from them. And TeamSESH just dominate on border 7-1.
Yeah, it wasn't really much of a contest. The defensive setups from TeamSESH super duper strong on the crossfires, along with the team play and them just bringing a ton of trap ops to cover their gaps. We literally said at the beginning, Unity on their attacks are very privy to just like try and take gaps and just have like really powerful lurk play between Vic Bans, BJL, and maybe even like Reapers, or even Hat actually is like more of an entry lurker. He's more passive out of the 4 of those guys that I mentioned. But still, like in my opinion, like that was just like a really good order from Sesh, where it just felt like they countered Unity every step of the way.
It felt like TeamSESH was in the comms of Team Unity, knowing exactly what they wanted to do and countering them at every single step. It also seems that, and this might just be a narrative that we have to bring up for the rest of this best of 5, is TeamSESH has a read on the way that Unity wants to play. We talked about before, and what you just mentioned there of the amount of lurks and the amount of exterior space that Unity likes to play with before they even make a move onto a take and a full execute. And TeamSESH is doing a great job of denying any sort of corner or any sort of dark room that the lights aren't on for TeamSESH and just blocking them away from those places. It feels like, I mean, TeamSESH was playing Five Nights at Freddy's perfectly, checking every single corner, every single place that was contested was just theirs. There was no space for Unity to play with, and even when there was, it felt calculated, and they have the star power to boot and make clutches happen. I mean, that's why Unity only got 1 round.
Yeah, and again, like the team play from Sesh was just, it felt like it was just floating, and maybe for you much, because like a lot of these rounds, it just felt kind of maybe sloppy from Unity. You see that 4v2 that happened on the site when they pick customs and inspections, they have full vert control and everything. And you're just left wondering, well, how does that happen? And it just, Unity players just soloed a lot of these gunfights and weren't really patient enough to let the last 2 players alive find and execute, because you have vert if you let them execute, and if you just like let them execute, you have vert, like you can just stop them from planting theoretically. So like really good game from Sesh, and that is on Unity's map pick, and they're gonna go on to their own, which is that lair that they destroyed Nation on the other day.
Yeah, Unity will really need to take a step back before that lair and take a break and mental reset for this uphill battle that they have now found themselves at. And we're also going to take a similar break. So guys, before map 2 of lair, we'll take a 5. Be back soon.
Rite of Passage is back and it is better than ever. Starting February 16th this year, you'll get to enter to try and get your chance to make XGS. With just a $50 entry fee, you get direct invite to our round robin stage, where it is best of 3s for every game, making sure every single chance, every game, every round has the most meaning possible. The best teams in the round-robin group stage will make it on to our single elimination playoffs, where they can fight for not only a chance for the lion's share of a $1,000 plus grand prize, but also a chance, a direct invite to the next season of XGS. Signups close February 13th, just 3 days before the event actually starts, so make sure you gather your teammates, friends, and sign up, because this is your chance to make a name in the scene. Are you ready? Find out here.
After the brutality that we just watched on Border and a lovely conversation with the ISP of Verizon, we are back for map 2 being lair. And after what TeamSESH just did to Unity, I am very, very afraid for what Unity is about to experience on this new map of lair.
Yeah, and we literally just saw how scary the other day Sesh were on lair. This is not Unity's map pick. They didn't pick into this map to start us off after the first map ended, and they probably thought going into Border that they would totally win it, but they did not. And now they need to start on this defensive side of lair, and just like Sesh, get a strong start going, because on Border it just seemed like they were a little bit cold. That was not a Unity that the way that they played, that was not Unity. That was not the Unity that we've been seeing throughout Season 8.
Yeah, no, those were a bunch of imposters, or potentially just I don't know, something like, you know, a warm-up game, whatever cope people like to huff nowadays. And you know, this is still a best of 5, Chaka. We are not strangers to a reverse sweep. I'm sure you've seen them several times. I've seen them several times. You know, we're both CS fans, so you know we're pretty accustomed to what a night this could hold. But a 7-1 victory on your own map, or a 7-1 loss on your own map, it does show signs of the other side. Very terrifying, personally. If I am a Unity fan, obviously we're unbiased casters, Jocko. We would never cheer for one or the other. We're just here to have fun and have a great time, you know?
Totally. I am totally not biased at all. Unless I'm watching SSG or Furia play. Then I'm biased. But like, no, not really. Like you mentioned, we have a long road ahead of us before we can like crown the grand finals champion. So I don't want it to seem like for us that we're like maybe dooming and glooming this game. It's just that it's a big deal that they lost Border, and especially the way that they lost it, because like again, that was Unity's map pick, and it doesn't mean that you're necessarily favored on the map, but if you pick a map, that means that you're more comfortable on it. Unity picked Border because they're more comfortable on it, say, than like a Clubhouse or a Lair that's been picked later than these two maps. And so the fact that they've lost Border 7-1, where they genuinely looked a little bit sloppy in some of their protocols in the mid round, and especially towards the end round where they just could not hold their composure a little bit, that's a little bit scary when we're playing a grand finals and we're talking about shaky composure.
Yeah, I'm like thinking about how Unity's attack is gonna look once we get there. Obviously on our screen it says that Unity is starting on the defense, but with how shaky Unity's attack was, and the way that they play of finding the exterior spaces and just these little gaps in the map to be able to play with and play from, I'm really worried because this is Lair. You know, you're attacking second floor. There's not really a lot of weird exterior spots that you can sneak yourself into to be able to find places from there. Instead, it's kind of a checklist kind of site. And then you think about the basement, and like you can sneak some people into the second floor and first floor, but then the actual execute of basement is gonna look really choppy, at least if we copied and pasted what Unity looked like on the attack of Border and how their executes looked from there, and pasted it into this layer. Obviously, there was a little bit of a break, about 10 minutes between these maps, so Unity might have been able to refresh their brains, and they're starting on the defensive side, so maybe they can get that momentum back into their sails, because they will really need something to make this grand final a little bit more competitive than it is already.
And maybe on a defense, if you can like get some good momentum your way after a rough first map, that's a really good positive sign. You know, Unity do start off on this defense, like we mentioned a lot of times, and Ace and Grim are going to be their bans, like you mentioned on Border earlier. Grim, and I think this is especially true now. He's like now, like, changes that have been happening where he can only really, Remu can only really counter things that are like electronically that are detonated by the attacker operator, so like Habana charges and whatnot. He can't counter Ace, he can't counter any of the harder breach charges. He can't really he can counter Flores to some extent, but not necessarily. I think the drones still roll over unless there was a bug that they patched. Either way, you can't counter Grim anymore. And so Grim is going to be banned here by Unity, which makes a lot of sense because he's like super good on this map.
Well, we're seeing another hidden pulse that we saw last time. This time hiding all the way down in basement lockers. Be a little scary if TeamSESH, especially Cirques on the Deimos, is going to try and be a shark underneath the second floor from the first. And he might experience the famous quote of, there's always another fish, there's always a bigger fish, and that is going to be BJL with the Nitro underneath, sharking underneath the shark. But that's just, we'll have to wait until that happens. Instead, it's just going to be a little bit of suspense for the side of TeamSESH, as Unity is just making some just gaining information of the default attack that TeamSESH is going to be taking to Lair. And Cirques is immediately dead from BGL. So, as foretold by the Oracle, it seems.
Oh, he was like all the way down in basement, and I guess Cirques was trying to entry in from like guns or gun storage, and he just like maybe walked into armory and died off rip. This is a pretty extensive roam here, actually, from Unity, and it may catch a couple of these players off guard. They know that BGL's somewhere down on basement, but where he's gonna come up from, they're not too totally sure about it. He was flanking up blue the last time, but it doesn't really matter. Unity are picking them off one by one around the map.
Shocker, did we switch the names on the top and like on the screen? Because to me, this is looking like a Unity attack with how disconnected and disjointed it is. Finally, Space is able to get one. He's gonna throw a flashbang to signal his forward motion that he's bringing himself to, but that forward motion is just simply to his own coffin and eventually his grave, as Unity are already matching their score count from the previous map.
And it was a really good, strong defensive hold. They had like a bunch of layers all around the map. They had a layer over by operations. They had a player down below, all the way down in the basement with a pulse scanner, just with the nitro cell. And he also just had like a full roam around the map. Yeah, it did look a little bit disconnected from TeamSESH, but at the same time, their whole focus was centered around like getting first floor control, using the vert to pressure the operational players away. They tried to do that, but like whenever they did try to like take control around the map, there was a Unity player that swung them. The buck got dealt with down below by a player roaming around the first floor with the Azayela. So yeah, like that just seemed like a really rough round from TeamSESH. I don't want to criticize it too much because like I think it was a pretty normal take, all things considered. It just kind of like fell apart in the end because of some missed gunfights.
Well, it's also showing that Unity is not all the way out of the series just yet. The mental has not been fully chalked. They are not checked. They're still playing their aggression as we've known them. And so this is kind of the Unity that we've been hyping up this whole time, and this is the Unity that deserves to be in grand finals. This TeamSESH now has the opportunity to attack the basement. They're going to be taking a lot of vert with the ram and the sledge, just in case someone gets picked off early in the round like we saw previously. And Cirque so far is yet to die as he enters the building. So again, improvements from the side of TeamSESH.
The player ran out down below, but I mean, looking at this whole like setup here from Unity, most of the players around the map are playing around the site. BGL's on the second floor just as like a flank option if Vic Bands needs it, but they're just reaggressing and taking back top floor control.
Well, that flank option will score a free kill onto the ram. I believe an impact was thrown onto the floor below him and kills Kixlax, but TK is swiftly going to re-aggress towards the second floor and get that trade. Vic is going to be spotted from the death mark, and TK is going to be contested a little bit, and actually down from the impact grenade of Vic Bands, able to confirm it with the second Pokeball. Cirque's now still on the hunt, right next to Badger and MJ. All three of them, the three remaining operators, gonna finally get the trade onto Vic as well. The remaining members of Unity flood back downstairs as Hero's the only one really extended, and it's just top blue.
Yeah, the roam from Unity may be a little bit too deep. It didn't really seem like they had a ton of options to get back just because of how many cutoffs there were around the map from TeamSESH, and so they make it a 3v3 with full map control. The issue here for Sesh is that they don't really have an operator to make a vert with around like this first floor. Neither. Reapers finds a kill just from basement alone, and that makes it a 3v2 in Unity's favor.
Cirque's though able to trade it immediately. Hero was almost caught as he was extending top blue, and now he's going to be the second target of the Damos tracker. Seems that Cirque is willing to take the 1v1, especially with the frag grenade being thrown out, and that's forcing Kiru all the way back, so Cirque's able to take up all of this space for free. A smoke grenade going to try to bolster the defense that Kiru finds in the basement, allowing MJ to find some space up top, and Cirque is able to get ahead onto Hat. MJ is found, Kiru taken away. Excuse me, other way around. Hero now, Cirque's 1v1. Hero has the death mark upon him. The aggression into the Mossberg, but the wall hacks from Damos allows him to have the advantage, and he gets the kill. An easy 1v1 from TeamSESH, and the star player of them, Cirque's, is good for that 1v1 and confirms their first round of the map.
Yeah, for the whole series against like Ballsack Nation, I think Reapers was higher rated than him, but Cirque certainly was the best player in the first map. I think he went into like I can probably like look at it, but I know on the day he had like a really solid KB against Ballsack Nation. Either way, like Cirx has consistently, at least over the last 2 games, has been like one of the big game players. He's shown up when Sesh totally need him, and that was a big 1v1. I mean, he's tracking Kiru with the Deimos tracker. Kiru knows where he is, just as Cirx knows where Kiru is as well. So that thing works both ways, and it's nice to see that he kept his composure in the 1v1 and still took Kiru down.
Well, even in that mid round, he was able to contest Kiru a little bit and force Kiru back down the blue stairs.
Yeah.
Kiru thought he had a timing to reaggress those remaining 3 members that were playing the vert, and if he wasn't spotted out or he wasn't pushed back from Cirx, he could have easily pieced together 1 or 2 with the SMG-11, but Cirx, even before the Death Tracker came out, was body blocking a little bit from Kiru, making noise that he was looking his way, so he couldn't take that opportunity. Those are the little moments as well that lead to an advantage like that. Now Unity forced back into a situation that they've been known to be in, especially from the previous map of taking a step back. A lot of mines on the side of Unity to slow them down. Ella mines, the Thorn mines that we saw so much on border, just trying to get as much information as they can with Solus and the Muzzy.
Yeah, it's a full top floor hold. This is really, really normal for this armory site. Just to play full top floor like this. And the main thing is that they're just gonna be playing around the info from BJL. So TeamSESH, they could always try and go for a direct take and then try and activate off of like some like timings or whatnot on the top floor if need be. But the point is that they still need to deal with the top floor in some form. So it seems like that's going to be like their main focus, is the fact that they are going to like look and see what's happening on top floor.
Sun's walls could make things very difficult for Unity. They do have a couple a couple impacts in the pockets of Unity to try to disrupt that Sun's wall if it happens during the take. It's in the hands of BJL and Vic, but Kiru the first to be taken down. He was the last previously, and it's a sprint down from Cirx, shutting down Reapers, and the death mark is going to me, posture themselves a little bit more forward as 3 remain on Team Unity, and the pressure is now on.
Yeah, I think Reaper's dying. He was supposed to be the protection for Kiru right next to him in the hallway where Vic Bands is currently standing. Because he died, that meant that Kiru was kind of like on his lonesome, playing super aggressively on the Pebbles door. That's something that TeamSESH took advantage of. But there's still a lot of players up here, so if they still try and go for this plant, you still have a ton of info off of the back of this Solus upstairs, and you have Vert to play off of.
Hicks was trying to explore towards the first floor while the remaining members are getting the second. Finally, BJL is down, but there's Vic still holding down the lines of second floor, and Hat is isolated 1v1 against Space in the first. It's 2 1v1s for both sides, but Vic is the one to lose his. So now it's all eyes on Hat. Space is slowed down as well, so he doesn't give the freebie, but eventually stalks his prey and gets the round on the attack again. 2-1 for TeamSESH.
We just saw like what was so threatening from TeamSESH against that Ballsack Nation in that Ballsack Nation game. They just fully punished Unity for a lot of some of the over aggressive plays that they did. The same thing that they did to Ballsack Nation in their game against Slayer. The prime example of that was the fact that Smoke for Kiru, he was sitting in storage playing Pebbles as the Smoke. But I think he ran out of smoke grenades, and also he had really no protection holding his hallway neither. Cirx knew he could just run at him because nobody's like really holding anything regarding that entry through the storage single door. And it just made holding the top floor so much more harder. And it's not like Sesh ever took their focus off the top floor and thought, well, job's finished, let's just try and go and plant. No, they still kept pressure on top floor. They still kept trying to like bait Unity out. And most of the time, they did do that. So yeah, another good round from TeamSESH on the attack. Again, just showing how strong they have been on layer throughout the whole of Season 8.
So far, so good for TeamSESH once again, getting 2 attacking rounds. Pretty solid. And they still have got 3 more opportunities to make it even. One thing that has been ever so present on the attacking side of Sesh is Cirx on that Deimos, eventually banned out. And as we saw in all chat, a little bit of an ego trip for Cirx. I mean, it makes sense though. This guy's been frying. He's floating. Now on the Ash as the Deimos is taken away. Makes sense, but a lot of information in the pocket of Unity. Echo, and Valkyrie. So that's 6 new cameras for Unity to play with outside of the defaults. I'm sorry, I just got distracted. TK is really loving belly time. It's always so silly.
Yeah, that was really odd. I'm not gonna lie. I thought we were lagging again, and that kind of like
yeah,
really
I got
scared
worried.
me.
I got a little worried.
Oh, he gave up ops for free though.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, he's just sprinting through.
Yeah. There's nobody holding ops anymore. So yeah, that's a ton of map control given away to TeamSESH. Because the Kaid is banned here and Unity aren't willing to play like a bandit because of how much vert potential there is on this site. That means you just open the walls for free, by the way. So that's another thing that Sesh have working for them. If Unity are not going to hold map control over my ops side, take it, and you can also open up walls to mask.
Well, even though Unity has map hacks and wall hacks with the amount of Echo drones and Valkyrie drones in their pocket, TK still finds the opening blood. Reapers find Cirques. TK right next to that corpse now. Not able to find a trade. Gonna make a wall to try to get these missile stairs, but the one shot from Reapers is able to shut him down. A trade over to Badger as well on the other side, so it's a 3v2. Space taking some damage from Barb, and Kix is a little isolated as well under the fire of BJL's DMR. Trying to get this missile stairs player though, still trying to find Reapers and trying to get the briefcase back in the hand. Space getting active towards storage. But nothing is being found as Unity plays closer to their chest, falls back and wastes time.
Yeah, Kix knows that he has to deal with this flank on the main stairs, and Space has to find his own pick, and he just had a really good opportunity to do so, but he gets slammed in the process of trying to. So now it's all up to Kixa in a 1v2 after he kills Reapers. And I mean, he's already kind of low on HP. BGL's on much higher HP, so is Hat. It's gonna be really difficult, but possible.
DMR v DMR as he walks into ops. Gonna be one prone and the other closer to display, probably holding a pixel. Does have a little bit of wall open to be able to play with. As soon as he walks into the single door, he's going to be met with some gunfire. Able to get the briefcase down, though, onto the breach. A little bit of movement from BGL and Hat as they start to isolate and start to collapse. It's Hat, the first point of contact, and he immediately shuts down Kix. Didn't even break a sweat with that one, just a pre-fire on the pixel. And an easy-peasy round back for Unity.
Yeah, even though I don't think it was Unity's intention to give up ops control that early, because like you notice they reinforced the right side of the wall, had head holes on the left. That means that they still wanted to try and fight for ops, and maybe they were just like maybe setting up the site a little bit late. But also they did reinforce mask wall, so that that kind of gave them at least some more room to work with and waste some time in their favor. I don't think it was their intention to give up ops that early, but they still played around it like super well. They had that nitro cell down below with Reapers, and though it missed, Reapers just makes the most of what he had on around bottom missile stairs, and the fact that for him, at least he just smoked Cirques on an angle, pre-fires him, and then he wastes a ton of time on the main stairs because like for Sesh, the last 2 players alive were pushed up so far. One was trying to take control of Bathroom's Hall. He knows that he needs to kill that player downstairs because like that could potentially be like a death sentence for whatever type of execute that they try and do. So yeah, another good round from one of these teams, and it's Unity taking a second round on their defense, and it's marginally better than what we saw in the early couple of rounds on Border.
So far, Unity has only proven that they can win on the second floor. I mean, first round, it was a lot of mistakes from TeamSESH, and it was BGL's Nitro from underneath that really sold the attack of TeamSESH. And that second round, it seemed just a little bit more stable, and a little bit more of a bolster and Iron Curtain from them. The test for Unity is winning the secondary and tertiary site. Secondary now for them. Big Bands might be the first point of contact towards barrels, as there was a player from TeamSESH starting to maybe make contact, but once again, TeamSESH does have that Blackbeard available and used to be able to push out these roamers that Unity are showing. Vic on a yellow ping. Badger gonna see it, and it maybe is still that point of contact. I'll mine though to push him back, so probably not something that TeamSESH really wants to just peek into. Oh, they're doing it. Just kidding. Hopping in, softball, spam through. Not onto Vic Band's body though. Another yellow ping. Still pressure from Badger. frag grenade to open up the wall and make this point of contact for Vic Van's really awkward. He's stuck in this corner. And again, it's a Blackbeard. Another frag grenade. Gonna rally him and corral him into Badger's arms towards the wall, but he doesn't commit to it. Instead, he's gonna try maybe lurk around soft. It's also just waiting for the Vert of TeamSESH to make this gunfight easier.
Yeah, and the thing here for Vic is that it looks like he's totally by himself, and technically is. He pushes himself deeper into barrels. He does have some sort of player right next to him, Reapers, and he knows that, yeah, I don't really have any support here. I have to run away at some point. And he does just that. Reapers is going to hold Warehouse by himself. This is going to be really challenging, and it's kind of ballsy, so that's why he backs up so quickly.
I was about to notate the fact that BJL is the only person towards first floor, and he's immediately killed as the Ram starts to rip open the floors. A lot more space from Kixa this time compared to the second round where they were attacking the second floor. By now, he would have died, and by now the Ram drones would no longer be available. But this time, TeamSESH has full vert control and a lot of time to boot.
Yeah, and at the moment, I don't really see anybody from Unity prepping themselves for like any mid-round power rings up on the top floor. So you don't get like full vert covered over the support site, which is what TeamSESH is covering, but it's good enough to maybe get yourself in a plant spot behind a counter in support.
Does help a little bit. Getting a kill onto space. I'm sure the air jabs are already sent out, and that's just a lurk away. Badger still making his presence known towards Filter. Gonna be popping one of the Goyos, but Kiro gets active. He gets the melee, but TK is there to fry two. Cirx, though, on the other side, dies from Hat. Hat now on a second, looking for a third, trying to contest TK. Kixa is also doubled up with TK, so 2v2s all around, but Hat is absolutely frying. Finds a third, looking for a fourth on this long angle as Kixa gets flashbanged. Hops into lab exit, looking towards counter, but it is no. Oh my god, gets the kill onto Reapers, but it doesn't matter as time has ticked away in the favor of Unity, and for the first time since round one, they get an advantage.
First time in like, I think since Border actually, that they've actually had a lead. They haven't had a lead at all in this game. This is the first time it's been done. And honestly, like, I was kind of afraid because we didn't really see any powers in the mid round from Unity. But I think the bigger thing was the fact that, like, for Sesh, they had like a rotate on the other side of the map towards like bottom filtration stairs or bottom blue stairs, as it's like maybe better known by. And the reason why they rotated there was because like they knew that like Vert again is not fully covering the whole entirety of the map. Like, you know, for Sesh, they may have like toxin control, but if they don't really have any like control over the low side and they try and like plant behind the counter, you still get like exposed a little bit to like loaf, which is where we saw a couple of the Unity players there that we literally saw some of the Unity players there playing there. But they played their trade game really, really well. They also were just like really adamant on not giving up loaf control for the whole entirety of that round. So they just kind of out-aggressed Sesh and out-trade them, which is something that we didn't really see a whole lot on Border. So it's really nice to see them do that here.
Tertiary site now for Unity as they've won 2 in a row. Something that we have not heard spoken next to Unity's name this whole series. Not to continue to harp on the fact that Unity got just swamped on first map. This go around TeamSESH looking to take away the Blackbeard and instead take away the Vigil. Cirx back with his Luster, no longer on the Deimos previously. And gets a freebie out of BJL. BJL congratulating Cirx. Very good man for that, saying that he's a very good player. And now is being droned in to continue to contest ops. There is one more player that's contesting towards Mez, but so far it's just going to be a little bit of resistance and Unity holding towards display side.
Yeah, honestly, like off of the back of that drone, that was a free kill onto BJL because like his ops door was like totally barricaded, and if you're like caught in a rat spot like that, you hope that they don't see you, but they totally did, and that was a good entry pick. You know, he didn't get away with anything there. So yeah, now Unity are gonna, because they have a 5v4 and they also have map control on the ops side of the map, which is something that I think they're gonna try and abuse here. They're gonna like look to take the rest of this top 4 control, which is pretty obvious just by their push going down Pebbles.
Okay. Cheers. Well, Reaper's head torn off. Kira, though, finds one back. It's the gritty away. Vic looking to get active with Kiru. But TeamSESH just has the full first floor and has the site available. Going to be playing the diffuser, but right above him is Kiru to just slay him. The sentence wall doesn't cover your whole body from that angle. Maybe a miscalculation. Gotta recalculate that one. But TK will pick up the briefcase from his friend and try to plant. Kiru being aggressed upon by Cirques, but he just falls off. Still putting pressure from Skybridge, however, as Kiru and Vic are trying to find some sort of grasp, but TeamSESH is playing close to their chest. They're playing away, playing the exterior, and it's smart. Don't want to give up any free 1v1s like Unity has in the past. Vic now looking to the breach, looking to MJ, space. He's going to play off, not give the free beat. Instead, it's an alley-oop to TK. Now Kiru wins the 1v1 against Cirques, but look at the time. 15 seconds remaining, and it takes a lot of time to defuse. So he's going to have to stick here. He has 4 seconds of wiggle room, but there's space. Able to take it down, and an easy-peasy retake here from TeamSESH.
I will say this about Sesh. They have been really good at like punishing like players individually, and it wasn't just like BJL in the early round who's in a red spot. I wouldn't even really call that is technically a punish, but maybe not really. But the other plays in the round where they did punish like where they did some punish plays where like for Unity, because they recognized that they're probably going to be pushed to the opposite side of the map on the second floor, they try to power over by Skybridge. They get smoked by Cirques, and there's also like a follow-up off of a second player trying to power up over there too. So Sesh are punishing Unity, and they're also not letting them have these individual moments of brilliance. When we came into this game, the one thing that we kept harping on for Unity was the fact that everybody on Unity can like perform. Everybody's putting up good numbers. And in this game and against Sesh, like you don't really have that. Like BGL's had a quiet game. Hat is, just now getting into the serious on map 2, and he has the most amount of kills. Reapers has been consistently even in both maps. So nobody from Unity is having a takeover game at the moment. And that's a good thing, because like that's what they've been getting away with for the whole season.
Flipping sides, though. Layers, those maps for a 3-3 is decently common. I was trying to find the stats of how T1 looks with Lair, and fortunately, I forgot that Liquidpedia's updated the way it's formatted, and I just got confused and got scared, so no more numbers Nancy from me. Instead, just trust me. 3-3 is pretty common. A lot of traps once again from TeamSESH. And we commended over and over previously on Border. I don't know, man. Sesh just loves Tachanka, and I love it personally because I think Tachanka deserves a little bit more praise. Would you become a Tachanka main and name your Smurf, like do a Tachanka like only account and name it Tachanka?
Now I will change like my main account to Tachanka. Now that you say that, that's kind of cool. I gotta think about it.
It's fire, no? Wait, fire?
Fire?
Like what Tachanka is going to be putting on the table, and what Kixlax or Kixa is going to be receiving a little bit from the Hibana pellets, but instead, he's able just to swing out and shoot him. So there goes that.
And he's able to swing off and shoot him just based off of how they're playing the Tachanka this round. They're just firing off this door. They're just making this like a complete hellhole for like Unity to play in. This is not something that you commonly see with Tachanka. He's used for plant denials for like a mass execute. So to see him play this aggressively on operationals just to be here to waste time here against Unity is crazy.
Oh my god. Well, Unity has found the answer, and that is put pressure from multiple angles, and specifically BJL from underneath, and uproot that whole hold. So now Unity has a 3-5 man advantage, and also a lot of space. That's the up space, and Cirques is going to go down as well, queuing in the rest of the flood. 1v5 now as TK is left by his lonesome in bathroom. Has a flank towards BGL, but it's actually read like a book from Hat. Double taps him all the way down with the DMR. It's a freebie for Team Unity.
Yeah, and at least for Unity, they did a very good job of problem solving in that round. They were getting fired off on the operational doors. They couldn't really open up the mirror window, so they just came up with a very simple solution. Nobody from TeamSESH is playing down below or playing for vert control, So they just put the Deimos down there, which is where you commonly see him anyways on layer, below anybody that has soft flooring beneath them. And he just completely uproots that hold. He kills the Wamai first that's playing on the mirror window. And because the Wamai dies, you have nobody that's able to shoot off the pellets on a mirror window. Eventually, the Tachanka dies because Mask Wall was getting opened along with the exterior wall and Mask being open. That created an angle onto his position on Mezzanine. And so it was a really nice way to just uproot that hold on operational and just get around it quite easily. They found multiple different frags along the way.
I'm just glad that Unity is showing some life. I'm not gonna lie, I saw the timeline where it's just like the fastest 3-0 in the world, and I was like, wow, that was just a nothing burger of a series. Like a series that could have been an email. But so far, Unity is really giving a run for their money for TeamSESH, forcing them down to the basement. And something that's interesting is the role that Cirx has been playing on the defense so far. Smoke in both rounds. I would have expected them to maybe let him roam a little bit and play the map a little bit more, just based off the way that he plays on attack. And he didn't really get that much success previously on Smoke on that last round. Instead, they spot out the fact that BGL has inserted himself very fast into Garage, and I think all eyes from TeamSESH are now set to shut down this early lurk.
And now for Unity, it's gonna be mainly a focus around taking vert, as you commonly see anyways for this site. The thing is that they don't have like a ram in this lineup or any type of soft vert, but Vic Bands ends up killing actually one of the flankers up top, and he knows that a second one is up here too, it looks like. Or he's looking at the stairs, not the hallway.
Space seems to be known. The way that Vic was wiggling his crosshair makes me feel like he knows that he could be in the hall as well. They're both just frozen. None of the drones from Unity are looking towards that direction either. I think, honestly, it's just making sure that no one can lurk up second floor and get active. It's just a lack of proactivity. But oh my god!
Dude. At that point, just say data. I mean, like it's over. Like, I'm sorry.
Yo, Vic Benz, we are in foster care now with what Space just did to you. All good. Anyway, we'll try to recover mentally from that as Reapers has gone into filtration. BGL's lurked, still continuing his lurk in warehouse. It seems that TeamSESH is very aware of that. And a potential shot.
I killed him.
Man, what are we whiffing at, bro? And another swing from Cirx, trying to maybe get something happen. There's a Mossberg. Finally, a kill from the side of TeamSESH. And make this a little bit more difficult. As Unity, now a little uncomfortable. A plant attempt from Kiru, and Reapers finally dies. He gets one on the way out, though. Hat left in a maze of Sens walls in a 1v3. Space is pretty disconnected, but the Echo Drone gonna make Hat's life very difficult, especially when it's Cirx and Space and TK, the three top frags of TeamSESH, left up. Hat takes a lot of damage with a gunfight against Space. Yeah, this bug is still in the game for sure. Can't believe that it's been since year one, and that bug is there. And Cirx, on the smoke, is able to shut it down, and even the round back up to 4-4.
Yep, and I think, I'm not too sure where Kixo was at the whole entire round. I didn't even get a look to see where the location marker was placing him. I'm just gonna assume that he was at the top floor, or he was just I'm assuming either top floor or somewhere inside of the site, because Unity off of that power from Cirx onto the warehouse player kind of just didn't really have any control outside of that. They didn't have Toxin, obviously, because they lost the warehouse control and they were trying to plant support. They didn't have warehouse control, so their back and their sides aren't covered. They most likely died to some type of vert pressure that was applied to them by Cirx, and it's tied up, so it's a lot closer on border, which is what we want. Both teams playing super well, though. That's why it's such a tight game, and it's been some interesting stuff we've been seeing so far too.
Nothing more interesting than what we saw in the first map, luckily. Phasing through walls and things like that.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Verizon. Appreciate it. I was about to question the lineup that Unity was about to bring, but then they fully switched it up. So thank God I didn't bring that up. That would have been a little embarrassing. One thing that my eyes are going to be looking at this whole round, though, is going to be the TK on the Tubarão, the Zodocasters, and that Nitro. I'm just worried for the way that Unity is going to be looking, because they don't really have the soft breach for them to show that they want to take full second floor control. So instead, it's probably just going to be decently direct and try to get the plant down. But
What?
Unity hasn't really been very good at getting the plant down. It's just been a team deathmatch at this point.
So, okay. I know you mentioned TK on the Tubarão. He was the only site anchor, so I was assuming that he was going to waste time on, like, the Bunk's wall being opened up. The wall was left soft, and Reapers just used an Ash charge just to blow it open, and now Unity have site control, but they're going to get smoked by the players up top.
What? Well, Kira's still going to commit to the diffuser, and TK throws a Nitro, takes a lot of damage from it. He gets the defuse down. All right, well, let's see how the retake looks. It seems that the first protocol is Badger dropping. The second protocol is Kira running right into the arms of Kiksa. And now Vic is having to use a Selma charge to be able to open up the weapons hatch, while Badger is just counter-diffusing here. Yeah, sure, you get a couple kills, but Badger just ends the round.
Okay. I don't...
Break that one down for me, Chaka.
I kind of can't, because, like, they had, like, I know the type of plant that they were trying to go for, because, like, it's an off-plant spot. Obviously, with the way that TeamSESH were retaking the site, they didn't even know where the plant spot was until they saw where the Sins gadget was, because, like, Unity confused them quite well. They smoked off the Bunk's main wall. It looked like they were gonna plant there. They didn't. It was a full. It was like it was a bait. But, like, ultimately, the thing is that the post plant was pretty bad, because obviously you have no eyes on the plant. A guy is, like, outside in yellow hallway, and then another's just outside of the map on the Bunk's wall, and he doesn't even, like, swing the rotate, probably because he's scared that somebody's holding him from the hatch or something. I have no idea, but, like, yeah, the post plant wasn't the best from Unity, though. Them getting the plant down and the ideas around it were quite okay. Just the post plant was just kind of pretty bad. I won't lie.
Yeah. It's always a good round when 6 people are left alive. It's a 3v3 and the round ends. You know, it just shows that really strategic things were happening there. 10 seconds left before insertion. Yeah, I don't even know how to just continue to bounce off that. That was just that was just a strange round. Anyway, well, we're back to the second floor, a little bit more normal. Previously, we saw Unity win on this site, but it seems that TeamSESH is going to hunker down a little bit more. Now go for that Tachanka hold with the Wamai towards Ops instead. A little bit more close to the chest, and waste time with Cirque Smoke and allow the Goyos to be the fire instead of Tachanka.
Yeah, that probably means, because you just kind of have less delay utility, that he's probably going to be playing this more for plant denial, which is quite important. Badger's also down below with the Nitro Cell. Possibly to counter BJL, but also to counter any direct mask take that happens, and provide some late round win conditions, and put it in the back of Unity minds that whenever they do go for an execute, there is contingency in the plans here for TeamSESH.
TK going for the breach, and it does not work. All of the Selma breaches are going to go out and make a great hole from Skybridge. TK, next time, you got it. You'll get it next time, I swear. Yeah, Unity already, like, off to a great start.
Yep, they can possibly even get, like, ops control, because, like, for TeamSESH, they're not aggressively holding this. They only got the mask wall open. And that's cool and all. They could probably try and go for a plant, but you have to get around some of the delay utility here from TeamSESH. The fact that you still have, like, Cirques alive. They end up killing Pixa, though.
He just walked into the breach that he opened 10 seconds ago and got a kill.
Got it.
And then was able to shoot the claw that was put onto the wall right in front of him, and now is opening the op side of the wall. So now Vic fans can join the play. Meanwhile, the rest of TeamSESH is on mask side. -6. Oh, well, -2 of them as they're all dead. Oh, yep. Okay, Hero gets another kill. TK now left in a 1v5. He gets one, and he's dead. Yo, good round, guys.
Tied up, I guess. Yes, tied up there from Unity on the attack. Just finding some really decent openings, like I kind of highlighted in that round. That because even though they opened up mask wall, it's not, and it's a good start from them, and they could just like go in ops. They still have a lot of late round utility, a lot of plant denial that they had to get away from. I guess because BJO was downstairs and maybe TK was like a little bit afraid of giving over a life, or Badger, my bad, who was playing with me, was afraid of giving over a life downstairs. Maybe that's why he rotated that upstairs. And to be fair, you have some good nitro cell lineups to use if like the smokes don't really hit their targets. But yeah, it just seemed like for Unity, they just kind of like choked TeamSESH around the map, and you know, Sesh had like no choice but to give up some freebies to Unity on the way as well.
Just want the reminder to exist that the difference between winning this and losing this is like more than $1,000, or a little less than $1,000. Excuse me. I think it's an $800 difference. But the way that these rounds are panning out, it feels like a group stage match. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm taking away from the players a little bit too much, being a little too critical. Because they would slam me in ranked. However, these have been very comical looking rounds, especially round 9. This round seems to be a little bit more different, though. A little bit. I do like the adaptation that TeamSESH is showing, due to the fact that Unity has been showing a lot of presence towards the first floor. So instead, let's just bring a clash up to first floor and try to deny as much space as possible and time, and then be able to play close to the chest with all the traps and fall back. However, Unity is showing a pretty fun OSA play that might be a little bit more direct than TeamSESH would really want.
Yeah, I think OSA's just going to be used here, not mainly for like not as an aggressive piece, but mainly just as like as a planting tool, obviously. And also just like, say if you get like stock control, you can place the or stock or filtration control, you can place the OSA there in order to like retain the control a lot easier, especially if like there's a lack of impacts, which there isn't on TeamSESH. TK still has 2 impacts in the back of his pocket. But yeah, all of this map control has been given over to Unity. Sesh, I don't know if they have any plans for a mid-round power, but they certainly have the tools to, with the Clash still up, and also Cirques on the smoke on the blue stairs.
Yeah, the OSA's gonna have a grand time playing against Clash and Echo. It's gonna be a fun time. As Badger is starting to reinvestigate top blue and go into what the vertical looks like that Unity has opened up, and he's joined by Cirques once again on the smoke. So far, though, Unity has kind of gotten everything that they want on the first floor. First Capitao Flame Bolt to allow them to start to investigate blue stairs, but a smoke grenade is going to push them off, as well as the electricity of Badger. Slowing them down just everywhere that they can. So far, Unity hasn't found their avenue into the site.
Yeah, I mean, this is just wasting a ton of their time too. So, and mind you, you still have Echo Drones and Goyos to get past if you're Unity. So it looks like they're going to switch up their plan. Maybe just drop down the hatch.
I feel like that's kind of the only thing you really can do. The only worry is where are those Goyo canisters and where are the Thorns? Instead, the Thorn is going to be getting a kill. It's quickly traded. Vic with the briefcases dropping down to Toxin. Trying to maybe get a freebie and support the rest of the aggression, but it's a flurry of kills. 3-3 now. Clash is taken down from BJL, and he hops in. Able to get traded away right into the arms of TK. Vic now committing to the plant. Hat, 1 HP towards Lab. Cirques is still committing to the vert. So it's going to be a retake here. And TK is going to take this retake time to investigate where they're playing. Red ping all the way down to Hat towards Missile. He falls back. And lockers from Vic. These long distance fights are so advantageous for Unity with those DMRs, but there's Cirques. Head ripped off from the AR of Hibana. Recently buffed. MP5 finds the head of Hat, and now it's a 1v1. DMR, 1 smoke bolt remaining. It's most likely just going to be a flurry, maybe just a...
He has time!
He has it! A 4K from TK, and I believe, yeah, he has it. He's got it. 2, 1, yeah. Yeah, sure, man. Hell yeah, TeamSESH, let's go.
Ooh.
no.
Oh.
Or was that the other guy? Cheers.
Oh my gosh. No,
Oh my
because like
god.
To be fair to Vic Bands, the way that like the bomb plant or a post plant like generally works, especially when you have like time on like on your side, the way that the UI works is that it's just like a case or an icon with like a circle. So kind of like how Counter Strike shows you with like with the UI whenever the bomb is planted. It doesn't show you the time. So he probably just thought maybe he had enough time working on his side, but that just was not the case. Also, like, you know what? To be fair, PK, that was a really good 1v2 clutch. He won both of his gunfights fair and square, and those were some really difficult ones, especially after Hat slammed his teammate retaking Toxin. So I kind of felt like maybe that was a little bit lost for TeamSESH in the 2v1 with the post plant down and all of the angles covered, but it wasn't. And TK makes them believe, and he's 11-7. He's matching Hat. TK's not the entry fragger, by the way. He's just the IGL.
You know, this is like if TeamSESH win this next round, this is quite the mental stinker for Unity. You know, obviously this is Sesh's map pick. But being up 2-1 or 2-0, the all chat that's been out already, and what hell that they will probably be unleashing onto Unity winning this round. Going into the third map of Cafe. I feel like Sesh are just going to be able to take away this series easily because of how confident they are. I mean, give Cirx Deimos again, he's going to start floating. TK now, after that 2K. Maybe that's what TK stands for, is 2K.
Okay. Yeah.
2K.sesh.
I'll be totally honest as well. It just doesn't really feel like the same Unity. And you know what? To give Unity some props, they are making it competitive on TeamSESH's map pick. But to also be super duper realistic, this is the map that they need to win unless TeamSESH go 2-0 and then you're just fighting from the back burner for the like next 2 maps that you'll potentially be playing if we ever do get there. So this is a must-win round for them to get into OT. They're starting it off quite well, but only because Sesh is giving them map control over ops. They want to waste time here for Unity. That's their whole goal.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 2 shotguns. I mean, 3 if you count the TSG of Kixa to play with. You want to just, instead of fighting into the DMRs of Unity, bring them in and force them to swing past a Clash slow and the smoke grenades and fires of Goyo, and then just eat a Mossberg shot. It's going to be Space, though, taking the first contact towards Vic. But Vic gets the wall open and runs away. Just getting some phantom pressure off. Space gets a decent amount of damage on the Hat. Nothing killed yet, but he's still just, I mean, they've got a lot of options. Now the question is, for Kiru, what is the execute?
Yeah, and also they kind of wasted some utility on the Unity side. The fact that, like, we literally see no more smoke grenades in TK's pocket. If they go for this mass execute, the only thing you have for that is a Cirx Nitro Cell.
Defuse from Vic Bands being completed. It's going to be a 5v5 retake now in Skybridge control. He is going to be shut down. It's Cirx there, but TK was able to kill Reapers. 4v4 now. Kiru finds TK, but Vic Bands is the one on the briefcase, and he's shut down, but not until Kiru finds 2. He finds a 4th. Why not? It's up to Space. 1v1 all of a sudden. Kiru looking for an ace, but MJ looking to close out the map. Pistol out. Swing out! And it's Space shutting out Unity, getting match point for themselves, and looking at series point for the XGS Grand Finals.
And I can't believe just how, like, casual that seemed in the end for TeamSESH, or at least, like, from Space. Like, the whole game, Space has been hitting, like, haymakers like that, even if his scoreline didn't look the most impressive. And it's obvious just based off of that clutch, but also off of the TK clutch that we saw earlier, that he does win the map MVP. He was also best player KD-wise, too. So, like, yeah, put themselves 2-0 up by taking Lair away. A map pick that they were probably favored to win anyway, since it was their own, but Border they surely were, and I guarantee you a lot of people were not expecting this.
we're gonna have to see some major changes from Unity going into this map 3. Back against the wall series in the hands of SESH for them to take whenever they want. It's all up to Cafe upcoming here into map 3. We're gonna take a quick break before then. However, guys, get ready for what is gonna be a banger of a Cafe.
Rite of Passage is back and it is better than ever. Starting February 16th this year, you'll get to enter to try and get your chance to make XGS. With just a $50 entry fee, you get direct invite to our round robin stage where it is best of threes for every game, making sure every single chance, every game, every round has the most meaning possible. The best teams in the round robin group stage will make it on to our single elimination playoffs where they can fight for not only a chance for the lion's share of a $1,000 plus grand prize, but also a chance, a direct invite to the next season of XGS. Signups close February 13th, just 3 days before the event actually starts, so make sure you gather your teammates, friends, and sign up because this is your chance to make a name in the scene. Are you ready? Find out here.
Unity, with their backs against the wall, are now approaching Cafe for what could be their final map of the XGS Grand Finals. It's once again T-Van, joined by the wonderful Chaka. And Chaka, I mean, I would love to try to express my emotions of what I've been watching just barely, but instead, let's have you express some of your emotions.
I don't want to. No, I'm kidding. I'll be totally honest, and it's gonna sound like really maybe a little bit dramatic, but like this is not like the Unity that we've been watching since the start of like closed when the XGS qualifiers first started. It just seems like maybe some of the nerves are getting to them, and it just kind of makes it for me a lot of these situations where they have man advantage specifically, and it has happened since Border, but like some of these man advantages where it's just like clutch time for Sesh, it just seems like sometimes they're a little bit disconnected. And I keep saying I hope it improves, but we're literally 2 maps deep and it kind of hasn't really improved all that much. So Cafe is quite literally make or break. They have to win this map.
Yeah, and I feel like one narrative that we have been talking about with Unity is the fact that they're really good at finding the dark corners of a map and being able to build a map advantage from there. And Cafe is a map where you can kind of do that. It's a very big map. It's kind of like the decider map that we might get to, if a miracle happens, of Consulate, where you can creep into these dark corners and you can build some space from there and then try to find and execute off of that, compared to Lair and Border where that's kind of impossible to do. So I have a feeling that Unity might be able to bring a little bit more competition to a map like this, where it kind of suits the style of play that they find the most success with. However, my biggest thing, and I mentioned it last map, that I'm really afraid for in terms of Unity is the mental advantage that TeamSESH have. They just feel invulnerable right now. They feel like they can swing whatever they want, they can take whatever space that they want, and they will not be chopped down while they're doing it.
Yeah, and it just seems like ever since the lights got a little bit bright for Sesh, they've just been able to like embrace the lights, embrace the pressure that they're feeling in a grand final. And to be fair, maybe they're not feeling any pressure because not a lot of people expected Sesh to be in the grand finals over a Card & Co, a Ballsack Nation, or even like an SSG ACAD, who ended up on the opposite side of the bracket from them. But, you know, Sesh just feel like they're in a different type of flow state, and we're not seeing that same type of flow state that we've been seeing from Unity throughout the whole entire season, where they're finding gaps, they're lurking confidently, they're finding entries confidently. Players are performing at like their highest levels. They're all hitting the peak at the same time. It doesn't really feel like that. And this is a team that I quite literally was like, oh, I'm going to have a lot of fun watching them in Challenger Series alongside, say, a Card & Co, or maybe even a TeamSESH if they do participate there. I'm more likely than not that they will. But it just doesn't feel the same when the pressure is on them to actually win.
Yeah, I mean, and I think something to bring up as well is TeamSESH's side of the bracket was more difficult than Team Unity's, in my opinion. I feel like TeamSESH got here after upset after upset. And in my opinion, I was when I saw that bracket and saw that they were here, it felt very, I don't want to say fraudulent, But it was like, wow, they got to the grand finals. Surely that's when they stop, right? Maybe they found a luster in their quarters and semis and whatever. That's where it all ends. The road ends here. Unity is here to shut them down and ego check them at the door. But instead, it's actually TeamSESH checking Unity at the door. This is the same Unity that 2-0'd SSGA, and we have yet to see that Unity that 2-0'd SSGA. It feels like we have yet to see that same powerhouse that they bring to these maps and bring fear into the other teams that they face. It seems like TeamSESH is just completely shutting them down at every single step that they take.
Yeah, and honestly, I also feel like the team play from Sesh is on a whole different level. We literally saw how good their team play was on Border, because Border is, at least for when they started off on defense and for the defense in general, Border is like a very crossfire heavy map. And a lot of the times, like Unity were just kind of like running into crossfires that Sesh held confidently. They're also playing off of each other, and the 2 attacks that they did win on Border as well. And it just seems like the comms are just flowing so well for Sesh, whereas for Unity, sometimes they're in these man advantages, like that 5v3 we saw on Border, players just kind of like dying on their own. One player dies to Vert, another player who's on Vert in a 3v2 in that same round just gives away a life to Cirques playing below him on the hatch. He peeks the hatch for some reason, even though you're on Vert, you're applying pressure. And it's just like, I feel like Unity should know, and they do know, the type of positions that they're in some of these key moments in the round where they have like win conditions, but actually executing them, maybe the pressure is getting to them at that point.
I feel like that's something that has become overstated and overused a little bit, and the caster scene is talking about, oh, the lights are too bright, and
yeah,
that's where things are falling apart. But I mean, I feel like this really is the case. You know, there's no other explanation that we can really find to explain the failures that Unity is doing to bring themselves to the expectations that we all had for them. I mean, and I feel bad for saying that it's a failure, because I mean, this is great success, is getting to the XGS Grand Finals. Like, this is a really great point to be in for the average player, but Team Unity is not a group of average players. These are players that have been fighting for a spot in CL, fighting for these element spots, players that have been in element before, and they are struggling against a team like TeamSESH that haven't really found that same level of notoriety. These are players that are a little bit younger than them, fresher to the scene, not as acclimated to what this kind of tournament style is. And to be honest, I would feel a little bit more inclined to give the advantage to Unity in a high pressure situation like this than TeamSESH, but it seems that it's the other way around.
Yeah, and like at least a good thing about the grand finals so far as well is the fact that, like, you know, TK, Badger, and Space, they've been around in the scene for a little bit. This is like been a good tournament to kind of like elevate their names more, because like I think in a lot of people's eyes, you probably wouldn't really consider them like permanent T2 players. And XGS Season 8 isn't like a T3 tournament, or not, sorry, it is a T3 tournament. It's not a T2 tournament like an Element or whatever, but you know, this is still a tournament that's featured some really good teams, Unity, Carnico, good T2 teams, and even like a T1 level team with like some T2, T3 players mixed in with Allsec Nation. And they've just kind of been super impressive. And it's just really nice to see, like, for me at least, because I've been like at least seeing TK, Badgers, and Space's name all over the map. It's nice to see them get more recognized now.
I mean, as much as maybe this isn't the T2, T1 tournament, you know, it's still the difference between taking home 100 and some change versus, you know, a couple hundred. You know, it's a difference of almost $1,000, which I'm sure some of the players on Team Unity, that's whatever, that's chump change to them. But, you know, it's still a decent amount of money. For us casters, that's a good amount of money. I would like to see that money.
Same.
Hashtag for the passion, you know? Speaking of passion, though, Cirx is going to need a lot of passion with the amount of pressure that's about to be put onto him. Some smokes from the small big side forces him back to go to prep.
Yep, they give up the bakery control. This is good pressure applied from Unity. I'm assuming because they didn't bend the glass here, TeamSESH, they probably think that, you know, there's really no way for us to fight for bakery with these smokes up. You think that a glass is going to be behind us, so they back off completely. And Unity take this control for themselves. They're also getting a ton of info on site too. The thing is that, you know, Sesh are already like 2 steps ahead of this. They have space upstairs playing Vert as a soloist.
Yeah, and immediately as you say it, it rings true. Space is able to take out BJL, so there goes the second phone call of the round, but it's Reapers to be able to find Cirx. So now the smokes that were being used would have been more effective, but more specifically, the 2 flashes in Vicban's pockets and the one from Kiru will be very effective. No more Warden play off of Badger taking a lot of damage from the Capitao fire. It's going to force him back and isolate himself from the side of TeamSESH. Unity still brute forcing towards prep and into kitchen, and they're going to go for the plank. Kiru is going to be the one. Always Kiru. Pat holding down, forcing Badger to stay away from his team, and Space is finally getting activated from the second floor, trying to reconnect with his Clash, and it's effective, but not until the rest of his team is dead. He almost gets Hat to 1 HP, but from the ground finds Space, and Kiru is able to sweep up the lonely Clash. A great first attacking round.
Yeah, and for Unity, they just kind of like got past some of the win conditions. Solus was no longer playing upstairs for Vert control. And because you really only have the Clash with the shield, there's really only so much you can do as the Clash and coat check with the shield still up, especially when there's really no other plans for a plant denial there from TeamSESH. So Unity, they get a kill onto the site player, they rush into plant Rice. The coat check player in the Clash is not able to do anything because if you swing and you die, that's your Clash down and also retake potential gone with the Clash shield being so ever so powerful in that spot. And so Unity just really good execute just based off of the early control that they got in bakery, and that's more of what we want to see. It's not necessarily a gap spot, but it was a good execute and a good plan from the start of the round to the end of it.
I also think a little strange from Sesh to not identify the fact that it was a decently, I don't want to say one-dimensional in terms of they lacked layers, but Unity was kind of only playing towards one side. Man, they had to rehost 3 times to get into this map, and now we have to rehost again, bro. Well, that's unlucky, Chaka. Anyway, my point was they were only going freezer side and like cupcakes, or not freezer side, cupcake side, which should have been like fully identified from TeamSESH, and maybe they could have bolstered a little bit faster, but instead they had some questions in the back of their head. We've also got some questions in the back of our head, and we're going to take a break really quick to clear up some of those questions. We'll be back very soon, guys. Never fear, everyone. We are back. Rainbow Six Siege is back on our screen. No longer the tech break, tech pause screen. We just had to rehost really quick. I think someone trolled the rehost a little bit. It happens. Death, taxes, and a rehost of Rainbow Six Siege. But 1-0 up for Team Unity. On Cafe, which again is Team Unity's map pick. This is the comeback if we need it, foretold in the history books. Jaka, we've only seen one round, but how are you feeling in comparison to the previous two maps of Unity's chances of winning?
I don't feel the exact same way. Like, my feelings have been mixed, I think, ever since, like, we got off border. So, in a sense, I don't really know how to feel anymore. I think this has been, like, numbing, I won't lie, in terms of, like, what we've been seeing, and it's been pleasantly surprising because, like, SESH, again, not a team that anybody really expected to be here, but they got here fair and square. And, like, they're winning the grand finals off of just playing really good Siege off of each other. So, mixed feelings, but I think it's positive. Not sure.
Well, we still got a lot of rounds remaining at Cafe to figure out whether they are positive or negative. A negative going to the way of Unity is VicBand's unable to get that yokai drone as it was jump spotting towards Balk, and it was jump spotting towards the new hatch as well. A lot of information gained from the side of Badger, showing that there's 3 on the roof. Lion Skin showing a couple pings onto Hickson as well. Reaper is dropping all the way down to top red, already into Cigar. Seeing that no one is peeking him from Claw, and he's just going to walk into Piano potentially here as the bees fly in from the windows. The eyes of Unity are on these bathroom players, trying to get Kiksa out of that bathroom position. But there is a yokai drone in Piano that will soften the blow a little bit, especially as Reaper starts to develop even more. He gets stunned, but he's still going to pre-fire. Kiksa takes a lot of damage. Still not dead yet, but BJL from up top takes him down.
Yeah, and I mean, this is good pressure off Rip from Unity. They had a cutoff on the skylight, and they're just continuing to push in.
Oh my god. Yeah, and there's just no resistance from TeamSESH. Unity begins their assault from top red, and it's just a great cobweb of ideas from Unity, and they just completely shut down the 3rd floor hold from TeamSESH.
Yeah, and also, like, I feel like just to kind of like LARP onto like what we saw in the last round and kind of what you mentioned about like TeamSESH and how for them it just seemed like they had like too one-dimensional of like a plan with no real way to incorporate the pieces into that round. I kind of felt like it was the same thing in that second round as well from them too, where like they literally knew that there was a player in CS, but like they had like no real plan on how to deal with him. And so they just kind of let him still walk in, take a ton of space, aggro into the bathroom player, whose only job is to like try and like hope to God he can win the gunfight. He does not. His backup and freezer gets cut off by the skyline cutoff. Everything just falls apart there from TeamSESH just because, again, there's like a clear issue in the round and they don't really have like a decent way of working around it.
10 seconds to insertion.
Feels almost flip-flop from map 1 where TeamSESH was on the attack and providing, or was on the defense and was providing big problems to Unity that Unity could not solve. But instead, this go around, it seems that Unity is bringing really, I mean, they aren't complex concepts, they aren't complex attacks, but I think that's why it's working so well, is that they don't really have to make it more complex than it needs to be. Just keep it simple and win the round. Just not, I mean, one-dimensional feels like it's taking away, but in this case it feels apt of just play from one side and as a team walk them down and get the kills. And I mean, that round was a team ace, everyone getting their one, and it was lights out for SESH. No contest from it.
Yeah, and to be fair to them, like, I wouldn't really understand. I just think maybe SESH just didn't really have a good idea of what they wanted to do in that round based off of like the earlier control that Unity got and the split that they taken so early, because they played their pass up so passively on that top floor. Had this find a kill, and that's actually really important because that's Badger in the train area side of the map, and that could just be immediate site control for Unity.
lot of damage going towards the third floor players as well. Kixa is one of them that falls to his knees. Not out yet, but a frag grenade is going to make Cirx really uncomfortable. Instead, actually, it's TK getting one.
What?
And Cirx stays alive and he turns on him.
What?
Chaka, everyone's dead.
Dude, I don't get it. I don't understand, but sure. Like, cause like Unity, they did well to get the opening pick on really the only player that was guarding the train area of the map. That was the post. He was in charge of getting like a ton of info there. If you're Sesh, when your post goes down, you're totally in the dark for how many players are on like the red side of the map, how many of them are pushing you on top floor, and it just got like really messy in the mid round. You know, Sesh did well to put themselves in a man advantage, but a couple players were still low, making it possible for Unity. And like, that just seems so weird though. Like, I don't know, that was odd because like, again, Sesh, they had that man advantage, but all of them were low. Unity did a very good job again to put themselves in a man advantage. It looked like they were gonna take the rest of top floor control, but Cirx was still upstairs. And I guess if there's a Cirx, there's a way because he's just fighting them all on his own upstairs.
I'm at a loss for words. Maybe this is too much of a tangent, but this Cirx kid is very funny. I really like him. The way that he plays is very exciting, with the tempo that he plays at and just willing to chow people. But I also like his ult chat. He's very confident.
Yeah.
I feel like if he were to like, you know, I feel like his favorite movie right now is probably like Party Supreme. You know, like just full confidence, knowing who he is, and I gotta respect it. And when he's feeling it like he just did in that last round, picking up 3 in a situation where he should have died a long time ago, I mean, hell yeah, give him something where he can start to frag out even further, because it worked on border. It worked a little bit on layer as well, and I mean, on this defensive end, that's usually when he's a little bit more quiet. His attack is usually his strength, but I mean, he's already doing a really great job, and might as well keep it going.
Okay, so Unity kind of like used smokes in the first round in order to bait out the idea from Sesh and also get map control that maybe there was going to be like a glass on the board that kind of like scared Sesh away from like holding on to Bakery. They bring it out in this round, but they don't really need to use a ton of utility to scare off this Bakery hole because they've successfully have done it. It's just about now trying to get in here, because that's kind of the difficult part when Cirx is still playing aggressively around Bakery, but also TK's here to support.
Well, Lion Scan is probably going to queue a little bit more of some more utility going out, and Kiru finding Badger makes things a little bit more complicated for TeamSESH, but Cirx once again getting active makes things easier. Big Vance is the one going out, but he's facing a lot of pressure. Hat is walking up on him towards Prep, and Hat gets the kill, making it a 4-3 for Unity. A lot of space and, I mean, pretty much full utility as well to play with, but space somehow gets BJL. Reapers is dead as well. It's a re-aggression from Harry Potter, forcing Hat and Kiru in an awkward situation. Still the vert going to the way of Sesh, and that's exactly where Kiru dies from. Now it's all up to Hat, eating quite a lengthy nitro cell and going right into the hands of Kixa to shut him down and evening up the round count to 2-2.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of like a silly way to end the round too. Cirx getting 1 in bake after he's been pushed off is kind of crazy, and they need to take him down is like a Hat lurk inside a freezer. But like that's not all, because like they get into the site. There's a Sesh player ready to stop the plant from above, something that didn't happen in round 1 because the Solus rotated too early to get off of top floor to play site with the rest of their team. They rotated somebody up there. That makes getting the plant down even in like that makes getting the plant down at least in the middle of the bakery or in the middle of the site for cooking a lot more difficult. And when you still have red control, something that Unity has never really contested control for, planting rice is also super difficult as well. So if you're Unity, the only control they had in that round was bakery, and they never really thought about anything else because like in the first round, TeamSESH gave them no reason to. So it's a better round from TeamSESH and better responses compared to what we saw on that first floor site when they defended it in round 1.
think that's a highlight that I've been picking up on from
Attackers
TeamSESH
are
as
heading
well,
out
is
to defuse the bomb.
when they're ready to be aggressive and fight for space, it always goes so well. It's usually when they are a little afraid to step up to the plate and they're a
Yeah.
little afraid of the ball going down court is when they feel a little shaky and then they lose the round eventually. That last round, Cirques stepping up, Space also stepping up and taking the fight to Unity is showing their win conditions as well, just holding onto that space and putting Unity in their place. I think we're going to see them need to do that a little bit more. And a Nitro from Space instantly rips away the gridlock from Reapers.
That's interesting. Oh, he probably got it on the cocktail windows just outside of like just outside of like the terrace area. So he just killed like one of your flank watches. Because usually what you do with the gridlock is you put gridlocks on white stairs to make it harder to rotate. It makes you slower, so you're susceptible to being cut off on the windows. You can't outrun it. You can also put them on red stairs because it's kind of like the same thing with white, apart from the fact that, people just shoot them out and it gives you a sound cue. It gives you information. So yeah, Unity, they start this round off on the back foot. They have no map control early. And now TeamSESH, they back away from second floor, but the caveat to this is that they still have the post up. They can play off nitro cells with the information.
2 Nitro cells in the pockets of TeamSESH makes this vert play of third floor so difficult. I mean, this is just like Cafe in a nutshell. You're trying so hard to just enter the building, but it's one of those maps that sometimes feels impossible to be able to get into there. Hibana's pellets able to take away the electro claw of Badger. He does have another one in pocket, but it doesn't sound like he was able to place it onto that hatch. So that's going to go the way of Unity, and a kill on Kixa, and goes the way of Unity as well. With 55 seconds remaining, they're just now ripping up the floors, and BGL gets active and finds Cirques.
Yeah, he worked up in the pillar room. Cirques goes down, and that's like a lot of pressure that you can work off of. He's actually in reading at the moment. That can apply a lot of pressure to this build, but Badger, the reason why he wasn't able to like juggle the Kai claws is because he's playing down below with the nitro, so that's gonna take a lot of time off from Unity. They have to worry about this.
Flash is going towards Fireplace. Space receives them, but has the glasses to deflect. Nitro from TK doesn't even do damage, but it clues Unity into where TeamSESH is playing. However, Space is holding down the fort, taking down BJL. Now it's up to Kiro and Vic. No longer Kiro, it's just Vic. DMR versus Badger TK. Taps the defuse and looks for a kill. Instead, going for the defuse once again. 5 seconds remaining. He has to stick it. But Badger and TK are closing in. Shots from the UMP, but it's Badger from the other way. He's trapped, and he's shut down. For the first time for Cafe, TeamSESH find a round advantage. It's 3-2.
Yeah, and the thing is that because of the pressure down below with those nitro cells, that was down there the whole time. Badger was nowhere in sight, because I know you mentioned that like he could have like juggled. He didn't say he could have, but he could have like juggled the Kai claws for the hatch. That wasn't the win condition from TeamSESH. The win condition was to play down below with the nitro cells and stop a plant. They wasted some time on the top floor. They wasted time on site. All they needed to do was use the nitro cells to not make Unity feel settled to execute. Unity for the whole entire round never droned downstairs. They never worried about first floor. They never worried about anything to do with that TeamSESH win condition. And so when it was too late, they couldn't get a plant down. They never could get settled. They were rotating into Cirques, playing as the Warden inside of Dining with a SMG-12 from range. They could never get permanently settled in that round. And like you mentioned earlier, TeamSESH, the thing that's been working for them this whole time is like getting aggressive and all of this other stuff. Whenever they're able to make Unity panic as well into the mid-round, sometimes aggression isn't even the answer. So that's really good. I like that from Sesh.
Well, Cirques is now feeling pretty good being on the vigil here. I believe Boss G in hand. Previously, I believe when he was playing third floor, he was I think he was Smoke.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember, because he was basement, he was Warden. think he was smoke on first floor or on third floor.
He was smoke. He was playing the SMG 11. Yeah.
That's right. So now on the Vigil, a lot of information gained as well with the Valkyrie on the board. He's not going down first floor just yet, though. He's staying up top, which, I mean, SESH kind of are just, I mean, if we remember what they did third floor, and it seems that they're going to try and do something similarly where they just kind of take top red and then have a trudge forward to bathroom from there. I mean, might as well just stay on site and try to kind of bob and weave through the attack that Unity is going to give.
For Unity, this is I mean, 3-4-2 for defense is actually kind of like the norm here for Cafe, but that's not a good start to make it 3-3. So TK gets a kill into BJL, that's onto the Lion. Maybe Big Bands has a timing on alert.
Well, he gets Cirx, but not before Cirx finds his as well. That's Hat gone, some utility from Striker. Big Man still putting some pressure towards bathroom as well. It's Badger once again in this area. Previously, it was with Kiksa on Amaru, or excuse me, Arun. Jeez Louise. But instead, oh my god, it's just explosive. Reaper's dying to a grenade, and MJ able to find Kiru. So 3-2 now as Unity is still trying to get some space from red side. I mean, Reaper's has dropped from bar, or dropped from Skylight into bar, and Vic Bands is going to join him. These long-range attacks are going to be really awkward. The DMR into the SMGs that SESH are holding on to. 2 MPXs, and TK with the MP5. Just allows him to swing out very easily, especially once this diffuser goes down. Badger looking at Claw, which is exactly where Vic is, but he's staring at TK and is successful with the kill. Badger dies from Reapers. All of a sudden, the round has flipped into Unity's hands. Space earlier dropped down and lurked up white as a potential stab in the back, but it was too late, and Unity has fled the building fully. It's just Vic, top red. Space is very aware of it and tries to get the pre-fire, but he floods all the way down. He's just spending time. He's all the way in second floor. Maybe a timing for you to be able to get the defuse off, but Reapers is most likely holding from Skylight, and there it is. From up top, there's Unity, and there's Reapers, evening it up to 3-3.
Yeah, and that was actually like a pretty cool 2v3 clutch to watch, because like I think in my honest opinion, the one thing that we've been highlighting from TeamSESH has kind of been like a bit of a negative for them is sometimes when they play too passive, you kind of let Unity figure out these like situations out on their own, and that's a lot more threatening than it seems, because in that sense, like they just kind of like gave up site control, and because they gave up site control, it opened the runway for an easy plant. You also have Vic Bands get himself into C1 as well, and he can cut off any type of rotate from Freezer, and which means that Reaper's all he has to really watch out for, because you're not going to flank up red and just waste a ton of time if you're the defense trying to retake the third floor. He's probably just like watching bathroom. So yeah, Vic is getting like some pretty cool timings here, also getting a lot of space inside of Cocktail. He gives his teammates some breathing room to work with, and them finding their ones in the 3v2 means that Unity ties up the half going into their defense, which should be strong. I would hope so, since it's Cafe.
3-3. My god, bro. It is like the pressure on Unity's shoulders right now to be embarrassed in the XGS Grand Finals. For getting here in the first place and then going lights out 3-0 potentially from TeamSESH. I mean, they're really fighting, but still there's that stress and there's that pressure of if we slip up and allow someone like Cirx to start to pop off again, we will just go home quietly into the night. Cirx, his Deimos was deadly on the first 2 maps. It was eventually the 3rd ban from Team Unity, and this go around on the first round of attack, Deimos is out of play, and I do believe that means that Ying, which was the other permaban that Unity was using, is left up. Sesh, this go around, is not going to be taking it, but that's something to keep your eye out for, is when does TeamSESH unlock that Ying, because obviously Unity was reading into that being a very clutch operator for them.
Yeah, also, like, that's kind of like what Circus was highlighting to earlier when he was like, oh, you're not permabanning my op anymore. I think he was talking about on defense. But we can apply that here to the attack, even though he hasn't said it. Ying is also another operator that Cirx likes to play. He's quite good at it, and it's like pretty integral to some parts of like Sesh's like game plans. Maybe not to this one here since he's on the striker, which is pretty good for helping util clear, especially around the piano area where you're gonna have to util clear into this zombie that's playing there.
Well, Caster Curse once again gonna be in effect as Cirx is immediately eliminated. Hat is good for that kill. And yeah, that's no more nades to be able to blow up these zombies. As you highlighted, Kiru is able to hold on to one. A lot of rat spots from the side of Unity. TeamSESH just kind of poking and prodding. Still haven't found exactly where they want to go just yet. But, I mean, I can't blame them. They still have a minute and a half. And Unity hasn't really shown their cards fully just yet. I'm curious about their lack of droning, though. There's only one drone left, and it's in the pockets of Badger. Finally, it dropped to top red. Kixa is going to be that, taking some damage from Reapers, but Kiru is able to be flooded from top Cigar. Kixa is able to find Reapers, so effectively a 4v3. Finally a 4v3. Slow down with a minute remaining.
That's really odd. So Kiru was playing in a really bad spot, to be honest. I think he just was hoping that maybe nobody from Sesh would figure that he was there, but that does give away the main advantage temporarily because there's a 3v3 on the board. Big Benz finds a kill with the Nitro Cell from down below, and he's going to be threatening with the Nitro Cell. I mean, that's something that TeamSESH has to think about whenever they're trying to go for this execute when they're planting by Trash, which is the default plant spot here for Cocktail. They're just trying to figure out where the rest of these two players are, because like you mentioned, they don't have any drones left. There's only just the one.
Yeah, and Badger did send out that last drone, but it seems there's a bit of a missed drone as TK was trying to get into Freezer and was eliminated by Hat. Vic Vans and BGL still tucked very comfortably, and a super shorty from Vic Vans is able to take out Space. Badger, though, is able to clutch up that trade, and now in a 1v2. It's a little bit heated with BJL, but BJL is just playing with his food as 5 seconds remain. He gets the 1v1 against Hat, but there's BGL from back claw, or excuse me, back bar. It was shut it down easily. A good double up from both of them. A very free first offensive round for the side of Unity.
Yeah, and the thing is that at least for Unity, specifically for Hat, he just took advantage of like the lack of drone utility there from TeamSESH, hiding out in a rat corner that Sesh missed drone. Because I mean, like, why would you check that if you're like trying to push into Freezer? I think maybe they probably should have, because the wall behind Hat, not the piano wall, but the bathroom wall was reinforced. So if somebody's like reinforced that, then they're probably playing around it, but like they didn't drone that, they didn't check it. He gets away with a free kill. There's a follow-up there from Unity as well. It just seemed like, at least for most of that round, that Unity didn't really have like the best idea of what they wanted to take. Did they want to go white? It looked like it initially. Did they want to try and go for a Skylight execute with CS control? It looked like it initially, but then they went for piano at some point, even though it was quite difficult to do so with still the zombie barriers being up. So yeah, just a very confusing round for TeamSESH, where it didn't seem like they had the best idea for where they wanted to try and like form their attack from.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
And I think that is the polar opposite of the success that we found from Unity, right? Unity had a very structured idea of how they wanted to play the round and wanted to play the attack, and it felt like everyone was on the same page. And obviously they didn't feel that they had that much resistance against Sesh to have to call an audible and have to change what they were going for. But that also proves for the side of Unity that when they're on the same page, it feels really easy for them to execute. And TeamSESH seeming not as confident as what Unity was showing on those attacks. So maybe they just need to drone a little bit easier and a little bit better, because, I mean, from what we saw in that late round, last round, they only had one available, which, when you're sitting mid to late round and you have one drone, it's a big problem. It's a very big problem.
Seems very quiet so far. I think because of, well, you always have to have a hold in bakery to like waste time anyways, but this is like different from what we've been seeing the whole entire time. There's more emphasis for vert control here. Maybe they'll go for like a freezer drop execute. It's different because we've only been seeing bakery takes from Unity every single round that TeamSESH has played on the first floor of bakery when they were defending. So this is sort of different, But I mean, you know, just because Unity have a bunch of utility on the bakery side doesn't mean they don't have a hold here on the backside. They have Tuberel playing in VIP. That's going to delay some time on that hatch getting open. And it's just going to just waste time here for SESH as they try and like prepare themselves again for another execute maybe on the backside.
Curious what the option is for TeamSESH. I mean, obviously they're still trying to find any freebies that Unity might give, but where are the low-hanging fruit of Unity found? I think one of them could be BJL towards VIP, since there's a couple other players closer to front side. But it seems they might just ignore it and leave him over there and just drop down, like you said. Still, all members up top. Nothing dropped just yet. No freebies. Hat is probably going to be a very big player in this round as a late flank towards Harry Potter. Finally, some are going to first floor. It's mainly Kixa playing towards white, contesting where BGL is playing. The siege environment is going to cause a little bit of disruption onto the timing, especially with 20 seconds remaining. TeamSESH, we gotta do something fast. 15 seconds at the drop. It's a 3-man flood into Freezer. Kix is able to get BJL, and Cirx is able to find one. He's swiftly traded. 10 seconds remaining, and TK needs to get the bomb down and fast. Pushing Reapers off. He's going to prep. There goes the bomb, and with 2 seconds remaining, it's just all falling apart for TeamSESH. An impossible round, taking too long.
Yeah, taking too long, but also like that was a like utility heavy setup from Unity that did exactly that, which was make TeamSESH take way too long. They had the zombie barriers up to like counter the vert angle that exists in mining that is in the back that looks into the back of the cooking site or service site rather, that's where the zombie was playing for. And because you can't see that specific position, Kiru has a ton of freedom for what he can do. He can be ever so threatening. If you're TeamSESH and you see the keeper barriers, somebody's going to be playing in there. You have to clear that and you have to push in deep. It didn't really get to that spot though. Even though Kiru eventually died, you know, they still had a lot of issues pushing into site because the crossfires from Unity at that point were super strong because of how chaotic the late round was from TeamSESH. They had no time to clear any of that. So yeah, like, you know, for Unity, the whole idea with that lineup, waste time, play around at crossfires in the late round, and just be good about trading each other out, and they certainly were able to do that.
Well, it seems the pressure that Unity is experiencing has been creating some diamonds so far. They are now up 5-3. Possibly mounting themselves a reverse sweep in this series. We do have to remember Clubhouse will be the next map if Unity does end up winning this one, which it seems they're on pace for. 2 rounds in a row for Unity. As it was a 3-3 half. Now they are forced to attack reading. Seems like TeamSESH this go around are going to be a little bit better about clearing the utility game that Unity was bringing to the table. Like you said, it was a very big power point for them. And now they have the Twitch drones and the Brava drones to try to eliminate some of those, and the IQ to boot. So these Valcams, these Thorn Gadgets, the Malusis, and the Goyos are most likely not to be lasting that much longer as those Twitch drones start to shock and zap all of them.
It's gonna just shoot one drone and run away, and that's kind of been like a thing too. I've been seeing a lot over the past couple rounds that I've been noticing as well. For TeamSESH is the fact that, yeah, I mean, these drones are just getting dealt with quite easily. And speaking of being dealt with quite easily, there goes Vic Bands, 9-4 currently, getting a 2K on the 2 players trying to take top red. And honestly, that might just be round because those were the 2 players that were assigned to help you take top floor, and they're no longer alive to do so.
Yeah, the 2 players that were on drones the whole round to try to eliminate all the utility are now the only 2 remaining members alive. TK is going to try and get one of the default cams, the pillar default, to allow his 3 teammates that are dead to do something. But it gets shot out swiftly, as Space is going to be right exactly where that drone was, as TK drops into the smoke that Space opened up, and a great shot with the shorty. Now it's up to Vic Bands from Claw. Dealing some damage to TK as Space continues to explore the second floor. TK will just ignore Vic bans and go to link up with Space down the second. I think this play is the right one. Just try to play horizontal, try to get Kira and Reapers out, and try to find the freebies, but it doesn't seem like they really have an avenue so far. That vert from Vic does prove to be very difficult. Kiru is knocked to the ground. TK was able to secure that, and now Space is able to capitalize on it. Shoots the fire hydrant. He might be able to find Reapers here in reading. He gets this 1v1. He might just be the round back into the play of Sesh, but there's Vic dropping from laundry and he just walked down the stairs. He didn't even drop, but finds both of them lined right up, and that's forcing a timeout from TeamSESH.
All right, this has like been the first timeout that we've seen all game. Sesh doesn't really need a timeout to address anything. Things have been seen very obvious for them, so that's why they probably haven't seen. They've been very obvious and straightforward for them. That's probably why they haven't called a tech timeout. But like, we haven't seen anything neither from Unity. Like, Unity hasn't taken a timeout. This is the first time we've seen Sesh do it, and it makes a ton of sense because like the attacks have been very slow, kind of dry, very out of ideas. It just seems like, you know, we're just seeing a ton of individual brilliance from Unity that we haven't seen in the previous 2 maps. That's catching Sesh off guard and making them slow down a little, maybe pay a little bit too much respect to Unity. And so that's something that they have to address in this timeout.
Yeah, I think the respect is honestly the biggest thing that is the thorn in TeamSESH's side. I mean, we talked about it earlier when they're on the defense, but one thing that is really good about TeamSESH and that I really want to highlight is the ability to speed up and just play fast and be aggressive and get in the face of the enemy team. We haven't seen that at all in this attack. They've really been shut down at every single point, and it makes them hesitate. And that hesitation, I think, is costing them so many attacks. I want to think about the first floor hit that they did, where they took so long to do anything. I mean, like, it was 5v5 by 1 minute, it felt like. And once the execute was actually happening, they had 10 seconds to play with. If they had 10 more seconds to play with, I feel like that round is a little bit easier for them. I want to see them start to get in their face a little bit more. Try to take their ones. Give Cirque something that will just unleash him and take his ones, because he's been decently quiet the past couple rounds.
Yeah, also maybe as well for Kicksa, I think it's been a slow day for him as well. And he was coming into this for TeamSESH, he was the highest rated player with the 105 EPS, compared that to 103 for Certs. He had the highest EPS and performance on Sesh when they played against Paul Nation. And for the grand finals today, he just hasn't felt like he's been present compared to like Cirque's Space or TK. You know, Badger's kind of like supposed to be the more supportive element of this team, so he's more in the background, but Kix is the one that you would want to be a little bit more involved in these entry engagements, and probably like slightly more successful with them as well. So yeah, that's another player that I'm looking at too, to like step up here for Sesh if they really want to take the map here for Cafe. But it's been a good performance anyways from Unity.
Yeah, good bounce back. Especially for a team that has been decently quiet. We've had many critical points and complaints about. It's always good to see them bounce back. Lion Scan is going to signal and cue them to entry in top floor. Cirque's player that I said has been quiet is just rushing in with Lion Shotgun and rushes right into his death. It's Pat. He's swiftly traded though, 3-3 now. It's a minute and a half remain. Badger and TK at pretty low HPs. I think one from a contact and one from a thorn mine. TK was the one that took damage from that thorn. They start to slow down and reanalyze what they have left.
Yeah, and for Sesh, it's just time to reset, slow down the pace of the game currently, try and like not get caught off by any type of flanks that Unity have set up for them. And at least for the moment, they're just trying to like figure out what they can do. They have white stairs control. Maybe it looks like they're angling for more of a dining exec maybe. They're not looking at mining whatsoever.
Yeah, it seems they're posturing themselves to go through pillar and go through reading perhaps as well. That Red Stairs player is quite the predicament though. Kiru being held by space. Kiru swings into it, gets one shot off onto space, but not takes some damage back. He's now at 10% and forced down. Might lurk back up Brown though. We'll have to tune back in with him soon as space is taking control of reading. TK and Badger are also considering their onslaught. Through Laundry as well, but trade easy, fast, away from Vic Vans. The cap can takes out Badger, and there's Kiru, who was not killed earlier, right back up red to secure the first map from Team Unity. The 2-1 series now, don't count them out just yet. Won't be a 3-0. Going to Clubhouse, TeamSESH's map pick next.
And just as Sesh were trying to work around that 3v3, and it looked like maybe with that kill onto Kiru and also them getting that reading control, along with them having white, that maybe they could have found a way inside of the site, but it was just like some well-timed aggression from the only site player from Unity to kill the White Stairs player, but also then the Capcan trap to just activate the most unfortunate timing. And so for Unity, great bounce back on Cafe to at least get themselves in the game. And like Vic Van said, don't let them get one, because I guarantee you that's going to give Unity a ton of confidence going into Clubhouse.
Yeah, and that's a needed confidence for them for sure. They were super quiet in the first map, decently loud in the second, looking damn good in the third. I mean, a 3-7 is not a score to really be quiet about. Very strong performance for them, not giving Sesh a single attacking round. And that does give me some confidence as well. And I'm sure, Chaka, for you, a little bit of confidence looking at Clubhouse. Obviously, I do want to say it didn't seem like this was a map that Sesh has played like at all. And I mean, I'm sure I'm wrong, but it didn't feel like they had any ideas going into it at all. And I'm sure Clubhouse is a map that they have a lot more ideas on, especially because they were the one that chose it. So until Clubhouse, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you very shortly.
Rite of Passage is back and it is better than ever. Starting February 16th this year, you'll get to enter to try and get your chance to make XGS. With just a $50 entry fee, you get direct invite to our round robin stage where it is best of threes for every game, making sure every single chance, every game, every round has the most meaning possible. The best teams in the round robin group stage will make it on to our single elimination playoffs where they can fight for not only a chance for the lion's share of a $1,000 plus grand prize, but also a chance, a direct invite to the next season of XGS. Signups close February 13th, just 3 days before the event actually starts, so make sure you gather your teammates, friends, and sign up because this is your chance to make a name in the scene. Are you ready? Find out here.
Everyone wake up right now. XGS Grand Finals is a banger. It is competitive. We are going map 4. It is not a 3-0 sweep as Unity took map 3. And now we're headed to Clubhouse. Jaka, let's realign ourselves. How are we feeling emotionally with these two teams? How are we looking? What are our expectations and predictions going to map 4?
Maybe just a bit like disappointed in Unity after the cafe attacks because they showed us like glimpses of improvements based off of the early 2 rounds that we saw on cafe. But then to just go into their attacks and kind of just produce nothing was a little bit disappointing in my eyes. Now, the ball kind of falls in their court because, you know, it seemed easy enough to go 2-0, but it may just be a little bit more difficult closing it out. And it always is in these best of 5. So it's all in Unity. It's all in Unity's hands, not Unity, sorry, in TeamSESH's hands to prove that they can close these type of games out, to prove that they can win XGS Season 8. And everybody who thought they were not a favorite, who keeps saying, including me, that they were not a favorite going into the Grand Finals, that they were not expected to be here, to just prove us wrong.
I personally am ready to be proven wrong as well, because after the first map and especially after the second map, it did not look good. I thought it was, I'll be honest, I thought it was a 3-0. I thought it was going to be a 3-0. I thought we were going to wrap it up. Okay, cool. I'll go to bed early. No, it seems that we are in for the long run. Something I want to note. Cirx, Deimos, online, activated. Ying is also a character that has not been banned. That was being banned a lot previously. We didn't see the Ying last map. It seems we are seeing both the Deimos and the Ying going into this first round, and I can't blame them. It's going to be a basement take from the side of Sesh, and a Ying is ever so powerful in flooding either oil or just tossing it towards AKs and making chaos happen.
Yeah, Ying is really potent for these basement executes, and to be honest, I think during SI, I don't think I've seen a lot of like executes with Ying because some teams just don't need them, especially if you just get map control for free, for example. So, yeah, like that's not going to be chosen in this round from Sesh. Instead, they're opting for more of a intel heavy line. What just happened? They just killed the spot pickers.
I saw the kill on BJL. It was a spam from highway, right into the highway, and then yeah, the kicks killed Hat in garage. Okay. Cool, man. Cool. Well, Chaka, I think that might just be the round.
That's certainly not a good start to it, no.
Yeah, I was excited to see how TeamSESH was gonna deal with the Scopos of Hat, because Dokubi has a fun interaction with Scopos of not being able to let her teleport because of the phone call. But no, they just get free camera control, and there goes out the first call, allowing space to be able to rip up the floors. Could be C4'd immediately, but yeah, they're just gonna see that everyone is in the basement, so they get all of the space that they want within less than 2 seconds of the round.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do really here if you're Unity, apart from just kind of like try and hold your post, going for any mid-round powers, risk losing another pick, making it potentially a 5v2 or 1. And you can just kind of feel it, like Sesh have this map control. This should be a pretty simple into the round. You know, you make the vert above the armory site. You have a shield that could potentially get like a free plant down. The only thing that could be cool for Unity is that if like, say if Sesh go for like a hatch drop and you try and like plant with the Blackbeard, or even with somebody with the Blackbeard there and then maybe somebody right on top of them to like try and cover it, or with the Blackbeard covering, vice versa, then these smoke grenades could be really potent in making this like a 3v3 or something. But Unity are just taking their time, droning, figuring out where is the path of least resistance.
Yeah, I like that TeamSESH is taking their time, right? Because, I mean, any team could see that it's a 3v5 and just be like, oh guys, let's just take site because we got the kills and we should just win the round. And then they make a lot of mistakes and they go in one by one and just completely lose, right? Take your time, make sure that the job is done correctly, because again, these are still players that will step up and will make your life extremely difficult if you make some mistakes. Captal bolts finally going out. The final call going in as Cirx is able to drop. And there goes Badger with the diffuser going down as well. But Vicman's the first to get a kill. He gets a second, but there's Kicks able to get the trade. 3v2 now. Cirx now has to be the one to plant the bomb. Space from a great lurk down. Secret to shake down Reapers. And he finds the final kill on Kira as well. Very weird opening. Very weird mid-round. And, well, even weirder end round. Sure, why not? But that goes to Sesh.
Yeah, and to be fair for Unity, they kind of had, like, they played that as best as they could with the 5v3. Again, the hatch drop came. They tried to, like, misdirect the plant drop with the Goyokins being directly on the default area. They popped that. That kind of, like, disrupts the whole plan there for TeamSESH, exposes the planter, gets some smoke by the church player. And then they also tried to misdirect with the smoke grenades. So they really did try to, like, play that as properly as they could. It just sucks because, like, TeamSESH, they had a 5v3, all this map control. They also abused blue because it was technically free for Unity because they wanted to try and hold site. And yeah, just very odd earlier on net doing the end round. Totally crazy from Unity.
I still just can't get over the fact that, like, literally as the round started, 2 people died. Like,
yeah, that was the fastest opening
like,
kills I've ever seen in my life.
In a snap too. Thank God we've got. I love Whiskey's observing because there's a lot of overhead, which is very fun. And then we got to just catch BGL's head be cleaned off. Man, Rainbow Six Siege, the video game, is so funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because, like, I'll be totally honest, I think you can get involved in fights on Siege quicker than any other FPS I've ever seen, just because of how, like, spawn peaks operate on some maps. Like, Clubhouse, I think, is the easiest map to counter spawn peaks on, because, like, well, some of the spawn peaks can look directly at some of the spawn points, like, towards Warehouse, for example, from Cache. So you can always get, like, some pretty early kills happening from there, especially from more aggressive teams, like your Unities or TeamSESHs.
That's exactly what we're seeing, and, well, speaking of aggression, already flooding into construction and bedroom, it's BGL going to be taking the brunt of a lot of this aggression. He has a Nitro out ready to go in case he hears Cirx start to stomp his way, but instead, they're going to go the other way. They're going to go down bedroom, and they're going to go down main stairs and try to isolate the kitchen from there, I assume, and really just make sure that all of Logi is clear, so then they can do a multifaceted attack towards construction, and before they taste the wrath that BGL has for them. Here comes the contact though. Kixa starting to dance around as there goes the Nitro, and it is kind of good. Takes some damage off of BB, but that reveals his location, and frag grenades going out to maybe push him out. Get really awkward for the defenses of Unity. Another frag, the final one, but they actually just step back and go for a different avenue.
At the moment, Unity are kind of having some issues with clearing out the top floor, and it may just mean that they redirect their attention, like you mentioned, over towards the main stair, or over towards the kitchen area of the map, because this roam is designed exactly to, like, counter any type of blue play. So now Sesh are accelerating towards church.
Yeah, they drop Church and they drop straight to their grave. TK is the only one left alive. He's going to put some pressure on Secret, and it's good, but there's Vic to swing out and get his. Still a flurry of kills. As the dust settles, it's Cirx and Kixa left alive. BB pushing him into a corner, but his support is all dead. The dash is failed, and Vic Bands executes him with the Mossberg and evens up the round.
Yeah, and like that's the crazy thing about that roam. I've seen that done by T1 teams before in Pro League. I believe SSG has done it a couple of times on Clubhouse. Speaking of Clubhouse, classic SSG map. I've seen some European teams do it, like G2, I believe, or even Falcons as well, from the EML. And the whole point of that CC roam when they're like stacked up like that is the fact that you either deal with the roam head on, and it's quite difficult to clear it without having like the plat wall open up and like getting garage control or anything like that. You either deal with that roam, and then it means that you'll have an easier time taking map control over by blue, or you don't deal with the roam and you have to understand that you're going to deal with the threat of a retake coming down blue, if you try and take site control over by main stairs or church. TeamSESH weren't exactly ready for that response from Unity, but it was a good one nonetheless to completely tie up the game almost immediately.
Deimos back into the pocket of Cirx. And honestly, peace and love to Cirx. I'm sure he's a great guy and he's a very good player. Blackbeard might not be for him. That final dash in the 1v1 against Vic, a little rough. So give him back to Deimos, let him speed up and play the tempo that he wants to, that he was able to dismantle on map 1 and map 2 with. Love that decision. And, you know, they're dodging, playing shield into the clash of Kiru. That clash will most likely just be sitting top red and causing chaos, as they don't really have the electricity to deal with the main breach. Speaking of, though, of one thing that they have to deal with is the Mira, and Mira is immediately dead. It's from space, someone that has always been consistently fragging out, and so far he's 4-1.
Oh, that's also oh. Okay, well, okay. Space just killed the bathroom player, and I was gonna mention how now if you're Unity, you're gonna be a little bit afraid of trying to replay into bathroom. Hat's retaking that space almost immediately as Space has left it. But you also lose the only player who was holding space over by the cache side of the map. And so that means that like map control is gathered here from Sesh. And I don't think Unity have wasted enough time here to even layer off of this defense. So this early round here from Sesh, getting the kills over by cache, killing Reapers, that's something that's unprecedented. And it's not something that they're totally prepared for when it comes to now dealing with an execute here from Sesh.
I feel like TeamSESH has so many options in what this execute is going to look like. They have the extremities taken out, and everything that's layered up is very weak. It seems the only real layer that Unity has right now is towards construction. That's because it's Vic and Kiru doubled up near Logi. But if one person goes to Logi Hatch, it might just cause a lot of trouble as they fled in from construction. But again, TeamSESH have a lot of options to play with, and they're going to use the time to make sure they choose the right one.
Yeah, Sesh are just completely wrapping around this Unity defense, and it's going to make it really hard to hold off against the impending attack.
Cool. There's a great flank from Cirx up main, and TK and Kix all floating at the same time and capitalize off of that Lion charge and off of that main stairs play. Easy frags from Sesh, and they peak it up 2-1.
Yep, and like honestly, just everything in the early round there from TeamSESH was so unexpected from Unity. The early kill into the bathroom player, that kind of means that there's a fear factor of somebody holding your jacuzzi, and like you have to worry about maybe Sesh like flipping on the other side of the map and executing quickly into Gym. That means you have to give up map control over by cache. They only left one player there. He dies, and now Unity are kind of like confused. Are they gonna execute Jim from Jacuzzi? Are they gonna execute now from Cash? Like, where are they gonna execute from? Like, all of these moves from TeamSESH in the mid round were just so unexpected by Unity. The pacing of it, the kills that happen in these important spots of the map to give up a ton of map control. That's the downside of defending Jim in bedroom. Once you lose like Cash, or if you don't waste enough time on a Cash extension, you kind of just like box yourself in sight, especially when Jacuzzi wall is open and you have nowhere to play. So good attacking round from Team Sesh. And it's to put him up in the lead on a map that could potentially be the end here if like Sesh are able to like win it.
Well, here comes the Ying that has been banned multiple times from Team Unity and is now finally potentially going to show us why it's been banned. It's in the pocket of Kiksa, the current top frag of the whole lobby. Well, tied with Vic, but the top frag of TeamSESH. As Deimos was the third ban from Unity, makes sense, and the Clash was taken away from Unity as well. So, in my opinion, I feel like the attacks for TeamSESH are going to be a little bit more smooth sailing. The Clash has kind of been this awkward thing that they've had to kind of play a song and dance around to make sure that they aren't going full force into that wall. Now they can kind of just keep playing their poke and prod, and the Deimos didn't seem that effective as it usually was on things like the border and the lair. They weren't getting a lot of frags, every once in a while getting information, but the round kind of was already over by the time the Deimos was even activated.
Yeah, it's just like you want to be a little bit more careful about how you play around like the vert angles, probably because like maybe Unity doesn't really have a plan to hold down below. Wow, he just got smoked. I can't believe that actually. I thought he was gonna kill him, and he could have almost done that. He landed 2 DMR shots, it looked like, or maybe just the one.
Yeah, well, Jaeger charges are going to be eaten up, and frag grenade, and frag grenade, and flash grenade, and flash grenade, and smoke bolt, and smoke bolt, and firebolt, and firebolt will eventually take out Reapers. Count it, kids, that's 6 pieces of utility, or actually, excuse me, 8 used there to get that kill, and it's immediately traded by BJL as well, so not that great of a trade from TeamSESH because, well, what do you have now to be able to take the site itself? 4 remaining. They don't have a lot of options here.
Yeah, no, they're like completely split from each other, and for good reason. You have a player holding down in lounge just so they can try and get a default plant spot. You have another player on a plat, and then Badger's gonna try and plant, but like the issue here is that like you just don't really have enough cover for this. Like that hole on the plat wall is not big enough, and also it's just like one player holding this. Like Kiksa is a good shot, but to like catch multiple players off guard or catch them while they're rotating is gonna be a big action when Badger tries to plant on his own.
Well, Hero takes down Cirx. It's the lounge player taken away. One thing is that they also have 2 nitros to have to worry about as well if they do go for the plant. Badger also set down to a pretty low HP, making it pretty awkward. Kiksa try to investigate another angle, try to get a new avenue for themselves, but instead he's shut down. Unity immediately eliminates Badger as well, so free round to even up. TeamSESH v Unity 2-2.
Yep, and you could tell in the later parts of that round, you didn't think TeamSESH kind of were trying to like poke and prod and find any opportunities. That's why Kiksa, or not Kiksa, but Cirx was down below as the striker. Maybe that was Space. Space was down below with the striker. Yep, that was him. And he was trying to lurk up red in order to see if he could try and find some sort of opening, but Unity had that covered. It was some good trades as well from BGL, doubling up in that round, and also trying to throw some temporal canisters on the stairs to slow down the take so that Reapers could get away. That's why most likely he was able to like stay alive for as long as he did. But it's all close here on Clubhouse, at least early on, which is a good sign because like the whole series since Border, we've been saying Sesh's name. Then Cafe came in. Now we're not saying it as much. But now we're saying both of their names evenly, and it's like so good that we have a fair game to watch now instead of it just being super one-sided where these maps are clearly favoring one team over the other.
It's strange though because it still feels like Sesh is in the driver's seat in every single one of these rounds. As much as the round count is even, it feels like Sesh are always maintaining this proactive stride, and it really has just been the clutch factor of Vic bans. I mean, he's 3-2 right now. 2 of his teammates have donuts over their heads, and I mean, it's only been 4 rounds, but it feels like the rounds that have been won on the side of Unity have just been on the back of Vic Bands, able to find space and find great timings to be able to eliminate TeamSESH's attack. And we saw that as well on Cafe, though the only map that they've won so far has been kind of on the back of Vic, getting these clutch rounds going and stepping up to the plate in ways that Unity and the rest of the members of Unity have been unable to do. And that's something that we highlighted a lot in the pre-show, is that at any point, any of these Unity members could step up and make something happen. And so far, it feels like it's only Vic.
And the thing is for Vic is that he's not meant to be in the action so much because he's, again, the lurker support, usually playing on cuts as like the mailbox player. So, or maybe it's between him and Hat that are the mailbox players who are holding those cuts. But like, it's kind of crazy that we're saying that about him. And it feels like it's like time to highlight as well that like BJL's not really having the best of grand finals compared to like Big Bands. Hat even had like a good Cafe, but BGL was kind of like in the middle of it. He wasn't bad, but he wasn't necessarily at his best. And so we need to see more of that from Unity. Like some of these individual players that were popping off in group stages, popping up against SSG the other day. We need to see more of that.
A lot of pressure going on to Unity, and that's pressure that Hat once again will not be able to hold on to. Space to be able to rip him away from the vert. It's the mirror player, and now Reapers takes a lot of pressure as well, playing towards back AKs. He has support from Vic. Where does this eventually end? They have postures towards Church. Kiksa is going to be taken out. TK as well, and Cirx is really late to this play towards Secret. He's disconnected with the rest of his teammates. A drop, though, from Badger. We'll be able to find Hiru, but Vix is able to get the kill and get out. Badger, though, is 1 HP and gets stuck on the wall for Reapers to collect the freebie. All the while, Space has been very much out of this gunfight, not being able to support the attack of Sesh. I'm sure he was holding the vert, but while the rest of your team is getting active and not getting their kills, he is nowhere to be found. Now, in Church, or eventually going to get to Church here from Moto. There's quite the spider web of Unity, and Reapers is the one to reap the rewards of the freebie from TeamSESH. Will give themselves a round advantage.
And didn't really feel like there was much to the attack anyways. I don't know what happened over by Blue, which was where I'm assuming where most of the kills happened at, but like just for them to get shut down in Blue, not be able to progress off of that. Cirx may have been like a little bit late, or actually I don't even think anything really happened on Blue. I think he was supposed to be a later piece and just the rest of TeamSESH died on whatever the main push was supposed to be. But I didn't see where the kills happened. But still, sad round for how it ended for Sesh, because like it didn't really seem like they really could create any opportunities in the clutch time through any of the usual suspects like Badger or Cirx. So Unity actually have a really cool thing that they could do, which is for the first time in this whole entire grand finals, win a half. They have a potential to make this a 4-2 going into their attack, which is pretty cool because that's not something that they had the privilege of doing.
Holy moly, you're telling me they can win a half?
For the first time, yeah.
Boom. I mean, with the way that these maps have been going, it's just silly. Yeah, because Border was 5-1, and then it was 3-3 and 3-3, and this could potentially be the third 3-3 in a row. 3-3-3. Shout out Angel numbers. One thing to note though is TeamSESH has just been playing so default and slow, and it feels like the aggression once again is kind of being nerfed from themselves, and I think sometimes it's working, but I think Unity is really playing into and really has adapted to the idea that Sesh has slowed the game down so well. I mean, the first 2 rounds, there are kills within the first 30 seconds, and now the past 3 have been pretty quiet in the first minute, and these are also the 3 rounds that Unity have been very fortunate enough to take the win from. So I think Sesh might need to identify that sooner rather than later, maybe even in this round, to just speed up and start to crank the dial a little bit on Unity and make them uncomfortable. But with half the round already gone, it seems a little late for that to happen. Oh, just kidding. we're flooding in, but BGL gets the kill, takes some damage, but there goes Badger.
Yeah, and to be fair, okay, well, I was gonna say they have other hard breach on the board, so they could open up this cash wall potentially, but Big Benz finds a kill. And, you know, TeamSESH aren't able to trade anything out. These are good crossfires established from Unity, and we're gonna see that first half being won by them.
There is no way in hell BJL just shoots him through the flash. Why not? Great pre-fire, and yeah, why not? He'll run him. He'll hop out. Let's get his fourth. He does not like the trash talk that TeamSESH has been sending, so he's gonna send his own message and, like you said, get the very first half win on the side of Team Unity.
Yeah, and anytime, at least like for Sesh's thing, like you mentioned, it feels like they have been playing like a little bit too default, and in that round that was like a typical like cash and CC take where they're taking from Garage, they're taking from Plat, they're gonna try and like apply pressure around like the cache area of the map, either through the top red rotate or through the CC door. And Unity just played aggressive off of that. They have like no other pressure to worry about. There was no jacuzzi pressure applied from TeamSESH that whole entire round, unless they opened the jacuzzi wall. I didn't see anything happen over there compared to the other round where they attacked gym and bedroom and they killed the bathroom player just from the jacuzzi wall alone. So yeah, a little bit one-dimensional, bit too default, and it's kind of like doomed some of their attacks. And that's kind of what happened to them on Cafe, really. They played a lot of those rounds a little bit too default, a little bit too slow. You could tell in the end rounds, they just ran out of ideas.
Well, there's a very firm idea going this way of TeamSESH in this first round of the defense, and that's allowing Space and TK to float a little bit around the map on the Scopos and Solus and work together to try to slow down Unity a bit.
10 seconds remaining.
Sorry, the ad always it's just such a funny, I just never expected. Shout rite of passage, 1K prize pool. Speaking of 1K though, Chaka, just a reminder, this is a game that is about $1 grand on the line. That is the difference between the winnings of first and second place. So a decent amount on the board here for these teams, and it seems that Cirx is not wanting that 1K as much as Hat. Hat finally on the board with his first kill.
Yeah, Cirx goes down on the Azami. I mean, that's kind of crazy. Playing on fat. Okay. Playing in kitchen, I got you. And that means that like you don't have the Azami playing over by AKs anymore. Kix is still playing up here after getting like the kill and stalking. Technically, you could just maybe you just want to waste more time. That could be kind of cool to watch.
Yeah, I mean, he can stay up here. BGL's gonna lurk around though. He finally drops, but I was gonna say the brunt of the attack is gonna be towards Dirt, but Kiru is dead immediately as they walk out. Reapers though has lurked into AKs. Vic is gonna be the next man in, but Reapers finally finds his one and starting to get activated, but the rest of his teammates are all dead. What was the main character of the round is now the last. Oh my god, he gets the kill on the Emter. He gets the kill onto TK as well. It's a 1v1 all of a sudden. Reapers has a DMR versus an SMG-11. Badger is red like a book. A 1v3 from the glass confirms the first attack from Unity.
Dude got blessed. Oh, I can't believe that. That shot that he hit onto the church player that was just in the church triple wall is crazy. I don't know if I should call that luck because I've seen like some of these players on the Unity team hit shots like that, but that was kind of just crazy. I just didn't expect him to hit that. I don't think nobody from Sesh was expecting him to hit that. Like, fine, he gets his kill because he isolated the gunfight. That was a one tap to destroy TK, and then he's a glass in a 1v1 against a mute trying to throw a nitro cell against him, and he just catches him while throwing a nitro cell very quickly. Good reactions from Reapers in the 1v3 to clutch it out, and I just can't believe the shots that he hit. Those were stupid. Those were dumb. That was dumb. That was a stupid shot.
But sometimes there's a perfect amount of stupidity that you need to make something just right. I actually feel like there's like that balance. It's what is it? The drunken brawler, where there's a perfect balance of being dumb and being perfect because you're dumb. And I think we just saw that. But also those just like dumb, stupid shots of just like, hell yeah. Just amazing gunplay there from Reapers coming online. I think he heard me talking crap on him. And that's why he's the highlighted player from the pre-show a couple hours ago, if you all remember that. What was that, 3.5 hours ago? Hell yeah.
That's gonna be rewarded being put on the Blackbeard this time around. Seems like he may just want to
Quite
take
the reward.
Garage, at least to just go up the stairs and help with a CC take while they get open the plat wall. This is a pretty typical take. You see every team do it. The only thing is that like Big Ben's a little bit newer with the Thatcher here. On a Kaid.
Yeah. Eliminating the Kaids, the Arunis, and the Mutes all at the same time. Some cool lineups for that. Reapers is making his presence quite known towards top mess. TK with the Nitro being thrown and nothing to be received as they back up to construction and give full CC and cash control to the side of Unity. Reapers is going to reap those benefits immediately.
Eventually, Unity do get this control. You have to wonder in SESH's mind, do they feel like they've wasted enough time? And I think maybe they feel like they do because they have a ton of like time waste utility. You still have Cirques on the smoke who's playing on the stairs. He can smoke out below him if like Unity try to like flank. You still have a zombie on the board that can like cut off these bedroom window angles, and you still have bathroom control. You still have a lot of ways to like stop the plant, along with the nitro cell placed in bathroom that can like stop the plant from Unity if they were ever to run in. So yeah, you have these like anchor positions, but the issue is that like there's really not a ton of safe spots, even with the Azami up to play inside of the site.
The question is, do they send that last Selma to be on Jacuzzi? Because that Jacuzzi wall being just not open is giving TeamSESH so much safety. Well, not safety for kicks, but safety for the bathroom players of Badger and Cirques.
Yeah.
And maybe rotate Kira around to be able to open it and just put that phantom pressure on could be huge. He gets killed, or he gets a kill actually instead, and sends out that last Selma. Not quite sure where, but here comes the flood. Hat is going to put down the diffuser as Reaper's trying to get active. Heroes finally found 2 kills from the side of Sesh. Still the plant going down. Post plant now is the operation, or it's just space to deal with. Didn't get the bedroom player out. Didn't get the gym player out. And has a Blackbeard in his face. Again, Reaper is the man that got a 1v3 last round. Is now sitting in your face and making your life hell. And instead of making it your life hell, it's he's sending you to hell. Taking that kill, and well, it seems Unity might just be mounting the reverse sweep comeback as they have now found themselves at map point.
Yeah, and I was just talking about it like with Sesh, it maybe didn't feel like they wasted enough time on a con take, even despite like Jacuzzi not being opened up. Sometimes for like that like type of take, you probably just don't need Jacuzzi up as long as you get the map control because of how small gym and bedroom is. Even with the Azami up, even with all of the win conditions that I outlined, smoke and mute with the nitro, you still just have like no space to play in. The window angles with the Azami up, those weren't covered by the Azami necessarily. You just had them in the middle of the site trying to cut off the spaces that they were trying to play in, but they still got killed, possibly from a con player I think Kikka was killed by. And then you still have these window angles that are just so threatening. And they killed the site player in the middle of the site, which was Kiksa just playing in the middle of bedroom. That means that they just have a free runway to play on the one reinforcement wall in the middle of gym. It's easy there for Unity. So yeah, I just think maybe giving up that map control in the 5v5 possibly a mistake there for TeamSESH because they just didn't waste anything.
Back to the basement we go from TeamSESH. Very different attack look from Team Unity, and honestly, thank God, because if it wasn't for the clutch play of Reapers, it would have been an easy loss. This go around, TeamSESH doesn't have the Goyo, and they don't have as much presence towards stock as we saw previously, but they do have space tucked in gym. and supporting the bar hold from the castle as well. We've seen this hold is decently popular, a little bit of an extension, but immediately TK is found and killed from BGL and Reapers. So now it's just up to Space by himself in gym. Does he go for the one and done, or does he just drop? Looks like he's going for the one and drop.
X is still playing at a bar, castle, so again, he's gonna at least try and waste time, but you really don't want to get a pick here. Space is just banking on the fact that he's maybe gonna be unknown for the rest of this round. But I did just see a drone go by, so I think they know about him. Looks like they do.
Yeah. He's from the side of Reapers, and Vic is finding Kixa. Space now, he just has to go nuclear. He just has to get some kills and fast. Cirx is able to hold down the line. He actually runs up main and kills Hat. Now that's a red herring because he shoots at Reapers, but Reapers is able to fly away.
I'm reloading.
Space drops. Cirx gets a second. Makes it a 3-3. He's able to go back to safety of site itself. Space is still lurking up first floor. Do Unity know about him? Tucked into bathroom. Seems that there's some awareness with the way that Reapers is playing, but Cirx finds a third on BJL? Why the hell not? Now Reapers being sent down. It's Space once again, but Vic's there. Find the trade. A 1v2 now for him.
This is possible for him
Time
to
to play
clutch.
with. How does he do it? What do you think?
Yeah, Flash probably gonna just drop down Moto Hatch. This is possible for him to clutch, especially if like the two players here for Sesh play like so far away from each other and too disconnected.
Cirx is going to hear the audio of the DMR. There is a little bit of a crossfire. Cirx with the Mossberg already out and ready. Default showing exactly where he is. The flash. Going to be a red herring as well, but it's red like a book. Cirx, who has been so quiet this half and this whole map, will find 4, an absolute crucial character for TeamSESH to stay in Clubhouse.
Hopefully that's not just a flash in a pan. We've talked about like Cirque so much, even though we highlighted Kixa at the beginning of the stream, just because like I think like for Kixa he just had like a lot of like cool stats to look at, like the EPS, also the fact that he was like, even though he was like 18 to 21 in entries, he's still involved in so many entries. He's even having a good map here. But like Cirque, I just, when it matters, it's just, it feels like he just turns up a little bit. He seems to be like the energy of this team almost, where if it feels like the round is over, and I kind of felt like it was because they lost the opening pick, that means that like Kix is kind of like limited on what he can do as the castle playing in lounge. You can't like sit there for too long, or if you do get a pick, you can't stay and waste more time. And if you get spotted, you may just want to drop off. He couldn't, he dies. It's a ton of map control given to Unity with the 5v2, and it looks like they're doing this awesome clear, but Cirque is there to just counter them every step of the way. He's been having a good grand finals. And even if like Sesh just lose it, but even though they go up 2-0, it's still something to be proud of for him personally, that he just like took on some of the best players in the league and like challenged them every step of the way.
I agree. I mean, great awareness from him as well to be able to go up and save space. And again, like the space's protective layer was Kixa Castle towards Bar, and when he's dead, then you know it's like, okay, well I'm just a free kill with nothing around. But there was Cirque. Cirque's now on a very important role this round. The Azami in Garage towards Valk. How much space can he maintain control of, or does Unity even try to go for Valk? I mean, we see BJL right outside of it trying to play around it. But they also have Hat once again on Ying with Shotgun to maybe make some disruption elsewhere.
I think we didn't really talk about the bans here much from TeamSESH, and the fact that Grim and Capital are banned. That's gonna mean it's gonna be a lot harder for Sesh to like do a lot of damage or even just take garage control. Cirque can't play too aggressively up here because obviously you can get headshotted, but he can stay up here for a long amount of time, and he could also even have like some help from Cash, for example, with the long angles.
That's exactly what's happening. 2 flashes from the Ace is gonna cue the rest of the attack to run up, but Vic is the first to go down. First 1v1 against Cirque is going to be ended. It's Hat with the switch to take him down, and that's some great control from the side of Unity. but not without a cost. Vic, their top frag, was sent away earlier. Now they slow back down and drone. Just play very carefully.
Completely misread the site. I thought this was cash and CC, so I was wondering why there was nobody holding his stairs for his cash. Turns out that was all a part of the plan. He gets his kill. That's once the one of the third breachers here for Unity. And also it just kind of wastes time and also the utility here, because for Unity, they spent like 3 Candelas trying to take garage control. You only have the 1. And you also have Badger downstairs too, who could go for a flank or just wait for a Nitro Soul play.
Seems so known, but he turns on him, takes down BJL, and gets away nearly with his life, but it's Kiru holding the cut from long. 3v3 now. No one on Unity is able to jump in and get anything going except for Kiru, who once again gets a kill, I think, on a very aggressive TK. Space is literally 1 HP here inside by himself. Drone's looking at him. He's going to be the first point of contact. It's really up to Kiksa. What can he show us here to make this round winnable? He's known from Bathroom. No one on Jacuzzi side from Unity, so he can feel pretty safe. Obviously, he doesn't know that. No more Candelas from the side of Hat to have to deal with either. Space is playing towards main. It's all them going into Logi. It's red, but it's not done anything well. Kiksa gets 1, but there's Kiru with, I think, 4 that round. A beautiful round from him to step up and force this series, this grand finals, to go to a map 5.
Vic Vance told them to not let them get a map because it's going to give a lot of confidence to Unity going into the very next one. And I think now all pressure is on TeamSESH. We were literally talking about like how, Unity maybe couldn't handle the pressure of a grand finals or being the favorites. Well, TeamSESH were the favorites as when they went up 2-0 to potentially close the series out on Cafe, which was their map pick for map number 3. And now we've just had 2 basically blowout maps back to back, 7-3 in regulation, where Sesh only got 1 defensive round, 2 attacks, and Unity just looked super good individually. Like that Reaper's clutch is gonna live in the back of mind of TeamSESH if they let it eat them alive. And now we need 1 singular map to decide who's going to be the grand or the champions for season 8 of XGS.
That's the team Unity that we have been thinking about. That's the Unity that we have been expecting this whole night, and it's finally arrived. But it's all up to 1 more map, and that map is going to be Consulate. We're going to have to travel over to wherever Consulate is. We'll be back very soon, guys.
Rite of Passage is back and it is better than ever. Starting February 16th this year, you'll get to enter to try and get your chance to make XGS. With just a $50 entry fee, you get direct invite to our round robin stage where it is best of threes for every game, making sure every single chance, every game, every round has the most meaning possible. The best teams in the round robin group stage will make it on to our single elimination playoffs where they can fight for not only a chance for the lion's share of a $1,000 plus grand prize, but also a chance, a direct invite to the next season of XGS. Signups close February 13th, just 3 days before the event actually starts, so make sure you gather your teammates, friends, and sign up because this is your chance to make a name in the scene. Are you ready? Find out here.
It all comes down to this. One more map, a possibility of 15 plus more rounds of these 10 players on one video game, and it's the difference between coming home with $100 versus a couple $100, but also a lot of bragging rights and a lot of trash talk that both of these teams have been very willing to share. And none other than T-Man, joined by Chaka, to close this beautiful series out on what is one of my favorite maps to cast of Consulate. Chaka, talk to me. How are you feeling? What's going through your head?
A lot of them different emotions. And to be honest, I'm kind of glad that we got a map 5 out of this series. It would have been a kind of lame if it ended in 3 on Cafe, but Unity have shown some great resilience and some great fight back. They're reveling in the pressure a little bit where it seems like maybe Sesh are the ones that are crumbling under it. And so now we need a map 5. This is what it all comes down to. Final map, grand finals. You have to show your best. You can't show anything less than that. And both of these teams have had their chances.
I mean, the thing about sometimes the thing about like the best of 5 series is you're like, oh, like map 3, okay, this could be it, or could it not be? You know, you're kind of playing with your emotions. Nah, this is it, bro. Like, as a player as well, as someone that has played competitive in a different game, when you're playing a best of 5 and you're on game 5, bro, like it's exhausting, yes, but it's also exhilarating. Of like, guys, we've got one more, man. This is it. This is one more map. And then I remember I would always make my teammates do jumping jacks because we'd play in person. And we'd all do like 20 jumping jacks just to get the blood flowing again. And like, there is nothing more exciting than be like, all right, it all comes down to this. Let's just do it one more time, guys. Let's do it one more time. We got it. I do feel for TeamSESH though. Losing 2 maps in a row and having to play one more after what you thought was the victory, was the finish line. Gotta be just disappointing, but there's still time for them to prove that they deserve their name in the stars.
It's gonna start with Consulate attack for second floor, where attacking second floor is quite difficult on its own. People try and like do these direct takes with Amaru over by the office side. That's the story strat. So TeamSESH aren't doing that. They're instead just doing a regular admin over clear. They're just gonna try and like clear a lot of these spaces. They have to clear admin out first. It doesn't seem to be occupying anybody. It's just outside of admin where it gets a little bit more threatening. No Reaper's
Reloading.
Yeah, he's kind of on his lonesome there, which could get a little awkward as soon as the Candelas start to come out and the Selma breaches are going out, which it seems that's exactly what's happening. Cirx has entered the building. Took a little damage from the Thorn, but Reapers gets away with his life. So that's full admin control now. Only 1 Selma breach used and 2 Candelas. Still 2 remaining for that eventual execute. And 1 fire arrow. Should note 1 fire arrow. Only 1 remaining there. But not too much damage.
And I like the way that actually Reapers played that over by admin side. He played that very smartly. He crouched behind the filing cabinet that doesn't have an angle exposed to it, and he used that to waste some Selmas and time. Selmas and time on the side of like TeamSESH, but I mean, eventually you get this admin over control. There is no bending code. It seems to be a much more passive hold from Unity.
Something about passive holds that we've seen so far, the trend has been not great for the holders of the passiveness, and that is exactly what we're seeing from Sesh. They are just being ran over. Vic Fans, the golden child of Unity, steps up one more time to get a kill. It's not until he's shut down immediately. DJL now left alone, and it's just cut at the seams. A beautiful opening round to set the trend of Consulate from TeamSESH.
Yeah, and how we highlighted Unity playing a little bit further back to give up a ton of space over by admin side, and honestly, not enough time wasted over by admin side to even just pull back off of the map control that early. I like their idea of having some sort of layering around like long desk area or secretary as no, that's not secretary, that's long desk area. And having like the Azami barriers kind of like block off any angles on the opposite side of Spiral, but honestly, like they just kind of like had like no aggression in around there for Sesh to worry about when it came to taking map control. They walked up Spiral quite easily, no objections. The Spiral player kills the long desk player. They didn't take vending control for free. Getting vending control and then like getting that long desk control means that you could just walk meeting or down the meeting hallway and kill the meeting player too. So a ton of map control being there from Sesh just based off of Unity's being too passive. Got my words mixed up.
It's okay, Shako. We're map 5, and we both are fiending for some food right now. So, you know, excuse us, but we're just excited. We're hungry. We're hungry for good Siege, and we're hungry for good Taco Bell. Yeah. Blitz is going to be a pick from the side of TeamSESH, and it seems that Sesh are not wanting to put any foot or any sort of weight on the brake here. It is full gas. They're hungry for some kills. It's probably going to be Reapers or maybe Hat to be the first objective. I expect maybe Reapers and then force Hat to be isolated on second floor if they're reading it correctly. But it's all up to the drone work that we're seeing right now on TK's side.
Okay, it was a nice soul shot that could have opened up the round there as well from BGL. That could have cleared the Dokkaebi, but it didn't. There's a ton of map control gained early, and they're just like using their nitro cells on this first floor roam. None of them hitting, 2 of them getting shot out. So they only really have 1 nitro cell left. That's gonna be on Takiru, and Space gets the first kill onto Hat. That was one of the first 4 players that existed on this roam extension that they were trying to do and layer off from. So I wonder what is Reaper's gonna do in Expo, because he's the only player on the first floor, and if he just dies, then that's a free 5v3 for TeamSESH.
I think the one thing that is going to help Reapers out a little bit is Vic Fans playing up towards top yellow. Well, as soon as I say it, he's eliminated. I got a little too excited to play and help out Reapers. So now Reapers is left on his lonesome, and BJL and Kiru are desperately holding off the potential thermites from Badger. At the same time, Reapers is able to collect 1 for his mistakes, or his teammates' mistakes, I should say, as he swarms his way to Visa. But no one on the side of Unity has even tried to help just yet, because he's fine. He's safe. He's going down service stairs. He's actually going up hallway. He's in second floor. Meanwhile, the rest of TeamSESH is going to try and get this vertical going. They're always going to have Reapers in the back of their mind, a ghost floating above them.
Yeah, they just have to be careful of some of these like mid-round aggressions from Unity, and I don't think they're going to expect Kiru just walking up yellow, by the way, because he's up here. I don't think they know.
Oh my god, but BJL is shut down. He's taken away. That's the only site member. TeamSESH can just drop, especially with Kiksa taking Reapers, but they don't need to drop. Instead, they're going to drop the bodies of Team Unity and find their second round immediately after their first.
Yep, and a good round from TeamSESH, a good top 4 clear. They also just kind of like finessed a lot of these nitro cell plays, and were just able to kill like a lot of the roamers too. Like, even on that one part of the map where Reapers was like by himself and you saw like Vic Bands try to like power up yellow stairs, I think he maybe mistimed that a little bit. Maybe could have waited for more sound cues instead of just like picking up yellow, exposing his plans up to the blitz that was pushing down U-Haul, and just then dying off of that too. So yeah, like good attacking round from TeamSESH, just punishing or even just like stopping any mid-round aggressions there from Unity from going overboard. Vic Bands and even Kiro at some point were trying to flank up yellow and they were never allowed to.
I think this is something that we were critical about in the last map from TeamSESH, is how slow they were playing their clubhouse and also how slow they were playing Cafe, giving too much respect to Unity. The times that they were really finding their stride is when Kicks and Cirques were just floating, and also floating in all chat, just perma-typing. I mean, the whole second half of Club, they didn't win a single round, or they won one, excuse me, they won one round. And not a single time in those rounds did they speak anything in all chat. There's a dare I say, direct correlation between Cirques typing and their winning. Obviously, I think the correlation is if they win, then Cirques feels comfortable to type. But it's still that confidence, that bravado that you can play with once you are typing, where you gotta show it up. Mental chalk from Vic there. Seeing this is the drone. Again, it's admin control. Immediately the first objective from TeamSESH.
And, you know, Reapers can't play, or he isn't playing in that spot where he was on the filing cabinets, blocked off from the window angle. Could have just shot out some of these, or some of the Selmas that's used to make space inside of admin. Not that they were used for that necessarily. I think they were used actually for meeting. But anyways, now TeamSESH are going to turn their focus over towards vending. And to be honest, there's really no type of setup in vending over here. It's not like this is the site or anything. You know, Unity are just layering off and trying to waste time on the top floor and retain it.
A lot of damage going the way of Sesh, but Sesh is the first one to pick up the kill. They pick up a second, but here comes the response from Unity. There's two responses at that. Next phone call coming from Space. He's coming in actually from bottom yellow to lurk up and backstab. Cirques just has to make a lot of audio for him to activate, and he does immediately. Reaper's taken down, but it's TK to be traded at the same time. BGL very low, Kiru and BGL on first floor. So Sesh have all the control that they need, but look at where BGL just went. Basement. He can immediately lurk up anywhere he wants. It's all about the timing to be able to shut down the two members of Sesh.
Yeah, and the thing about what BJL's doing, he's doing this on piano and exposition. This site is notorious for playing down below in basement to like try and stop like a default plant in a sense. But I don't even know if Sesh are going to get to that point in time, or if because of how slow they're moving to try and clear out the rest of the top floor because everybody's dead and they need to make sure that everything's clear before they go for an execute. If like this is going to mean that like BGL's play down in basement is just going to be so much more powerful.
Be an awkward play as well with no nitro. I'll just have to be shotgunning the floor and then being able to SMG it, or just give the information to Kiru and tell him when to activate. Speaking of which, the diffuser going down, it's the impact to expose his feet, but he doesn't get the kill. Instead, it's Kiru, the alley-oop instantly, and he finds the second as well. A swift response from Unity to push back against the aggression of Sesh and get their first round on the board.
Yeah, and to be fair, you know, Sesh have done a really good job at getting 2 attacking rounds because Consulate is just notorious for being this defender-sided haven. So if, you know, they already got 2 attacking rounds already, usually the norm is 4-2. That's what you would want as the attack. If you can get a 3-3 or even like a 4-2 on your behalf, that's really great too. But to be fair, that was like a really good top floor hold from Unity to some extent. They just kind of like played super aggressively for the control. Eventually, they did lose it, but only it came down to it being a 2v2 in the end. It was still very balanced. Unity had a clear game plan to end the round on, which was off of the back of the Solus information in order to detect the plant and even stop it and give Kiro the intel that he was looking for while he was playing upstairs. And while he was playing upstairs and BJL was playing down below with the Solus.
BGL on the Denari. I'm assuming going to be doing the setup that we've been... Oh, wait, maybe? I know there's a very popular setup right now, and I believe it was SI that popularized it a lot, where it's just complete control of checkers on the admin side. Instead, I guess he's sending it towards top spiral, which I think is pretty good. I feel like I would be putting more pressure towards that admin side, as that's really the only location that TeamSESH have been attacking from. But I guess if you're bolstering admin with players and you want to ignore Spiral and just want to use the utility of Denari to be able to control Spiral from there, it makes sense, especially since it seems that Tachanka and Azami are going to team up to play against the admin take that TeamSESH might do. We already see the Twitch drone is up towards there, kind of scouting at the same spots that they did previously. Makes sense to me.
You just have to hope that Hicks is able to like at least get rid of some of these Denari charges so that like Space can have just as much success as he did when he was lurking up the lobby stairs. Because if those Denaris are still there, it's going to be really hard to try and like make space on that side of the map. But Vic is in literally the worst position ever just because he's been droned out. Sesh know about him. They're trying to send utility his way, but he's not dying quite yet. And even then, a nade was sent in at his feet or just in front of him, and he's barely taking any damage.
Well, there goes another nade from Cirx. Not going to do any damage. Maybe the second one will be good. It does force him out of position, but still no kill. Oh, he didn't even have to get out of position. He just moved a little bit. So there's no more nades. Instead, Badger forced to go in, but there's an Elamine immediately eaten to force him down. Big man stays alive. He got his one. That's all he really needs to do in this position and waste the amount of time that he has so far. 2 minutes being used. And now TeamSESH just give up. He doesn't even have to die for what he just did to Sesh's attack. That's a very big win for Unity.
Yeah, and TeamSESH have no other option other than to give up. He's quite literally immovable. They've used all of their nades. They did not get a single point of damage on them, and now they're flipping and pushing into yellow.
It's a fast push at that. TK finds the second kill, but the Tachanka pellets are going to go out and make things uncomfortable, especially for MJ, who eventually falls. A great shot from Vic, but it's actually traded. TK somehow got a shot off on there. 40 seconds remaining, less than that now, and Kiksa is still rotating around, going somewhere else. Where are you going? Are you... Surely it's a suicide window and playing with Cirx. Something like that, but you've got to think fast. 20 seconds, but Hero gives a freebie. That's a huge kill. That just might win the round. Now he goes towards office. Thorn Mine doesn't kill him. He's able to get the plant down. EGL lurking up Secretary, making his presence known towards Z, but going for the double. Soft steps. It's Kiksa getting out. And Cirx just playing the angle, and the pre-fire is going to cut his head off and give TeamSESH a 3-1 victory. A 3-1 lead, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm gonna be totally honest. I am quite surprised that Sesh is not trash talking Unity for like what just happened, or even like specifically Kiru, because he's technically the winning condition. The Twitch cannot like repel into the window while he's present in that spot. Kiru probably felt a little bit threatened that if he just stayed there and played like way too passively and waited for somebody to repel into the window, because that's obviously what Sesh wanted to do, maybe, just maybe, he would have just gotten pushed by the small office player. So he decided to act first, but in doing that, it looks a little bit silly because he just gives away his life. Even though it wasn't the worst idea that I've seen, it's just unfortunate because he didn't have a teammate that was in support of him right away. And it's easy to say, well, he could have just waited for somebody, but I don't think he could have, and that's what he was afraid of when he swung the guy in small office. But I really like how TeamSESH, how quickly at least it looked that they were able to just flip this round over just because they gave up on admin and they didn't like try and bang their head up against the wall and move an immovable object in big bands in admin.
Yeah, and also the very fast rotation between that 2v2. Able to put more pressure and identify what the win con really is. EGL now doing the Denari setup that I was thinking about previously when I saw him lock that operator in. But I think the narrative now is, I mean, you talked about it before, of TeamSESH already having 2 attacking rounds. You know, that's kind of all you need. Like, that's already good. TeamSESH now having a 3rd, and every single round after that is just a mental victory above Unity. I mean, imagine this is a 4-2 half for the side of TeamSESH. I mean, you might as well just call map and series from there with the way that Consulate is usually played if you're going to go off of numbers. TeamSESH, absolutely dominant. They're playing their game instead of Unity's game that like they've been doing for the past 2 maps. And Unity was once again, like we saw in Border, just absolutely dizzy.
And the thing that's kind of like a little small detail here from Sesh, because they've been attacking on admin the whole entire time, they're conditioning Unity to care about this side of the map, by the way, because like look at how much utility Unity has been investing. They in the last round they've invested the Ella over here with Big Ben's playing in like that depth corner with the Ella mines and everything. Now they're investing Zami over here with the Denaris playing inside of checkers on the vending machine. You know, they've been attacking on this side of the map, and they could abuse it for like a future rounder. So they're not going to do it for this one. They're still attacking from admin side, and Space is still going to lurk up spiral stairs.
Yeah, I think they could have played with their food a little bit if it wasn't for the fact that Cirques just died so early, and Badger takes a decent amount of damage, but he knocks out Hat, and Hat is found dead. Top yellow. Gives them a lot of space towards Z, just like you said. Maybe giving them, attacking the weak side of Unity. Call goes out, signaling where the rest of Unity is for those in earshot. But it's Sesh once again slowing down and rotating around. And it's a push-pull that TeamSESH are doing so well, getting aggressive when they need to and falling back away so that they have an idea of where to push Unity again.
Yeah, and again, it's like that part of like the conditioning that I was talking about. Now Unity are on this side of the map because they feel like TeamSESH are just going to attack here. Because they've given up admin, they have nobody playing in admin anymore. They think that TeamSESH are there. But in reality, they're pushing over by yellow side.
Well, BJL just completely shuts down that yellow side push. TK, though, is able to find Reapers closer to admin. He's going to continue to trudge his way through, but it's all up to this contact of space. And he ripped BJL off of that pixel. BJL actually falls off. Goes back on. That could have been a timing for space. There's a timing here. He's going to peek right into it and get the great shot. And there's Kiru from the site as well to shut it down, making a 3-2. Still up for Unity. Or excuse me, for Sesh.
And even though like Sesh did like a good job of trying to like leave the defenders in the dark there for Unity, yeah, I mean just BGL is him, I guess. He gets like 2 kills on like the yellow push that like Sesh were playing for. Maybe they played a little bit too slow because I saw they were posturing there for like so long, and it kind of just made that attack a little bit more readable for Unity, a little bit easier to deal with. So yeah, 2 rounds for Unity, very least. And now you just need that third one to at least give yourself a fighting chance in the attack, because being down 3-2 on consulate defense is probably not where Unity want to be right now. So this is the round that they need to win. They're not going to go down to basement. And to be fair, don't blame them because they've lost that twice. So that's something that Sesh has had their number on, at least in this round. Probably they lost it once. That's what happened.
Lost it once, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought they played it twice. I know they played top 4 twice. This site twice they played. This is their second time.
Yeah. This is the one that they won on previously before they just got their second lore win.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out. And I think TeamSESH are going to be a little bit more prepared for it this go around. I like the Sens pick that they're bringing to the table this go around. Being able to cut open the site. Maybe go for a QB sneak to kind of plant. Just because TeamSESH has now been kind of defaulting a little bit and slowing back down. Especially that last round they slowed down. Maybe they can play off of that a little bit. And make a surprise play happen. Go fast with the Sens. We'll just have to see. They once again are going to admin like they've done for the past 5 rounds.
And the interesting thing about like the Sins here is that there's really no counter to the Sins anymore, because they took away that when they made Warden basically like you can't see past the Sins gadget as the Warden anymore. And also this is kind of like cool because like Sesh also been soulless. Post wasn't picked this round, so there's really nothing to counter the Sins play if they can get to site. They have to get past this admin hole or this top 4 hole that Unity are trying to do. That's a crazy swing from Vic, by the way.
And it is not rewarded. However, there is an award going for the side of Kiru, who was able to get a kill with the Nitros. Cirques, but still very positive for the side of TeamSESH. Able to get 2 kills. And once again, slowing down, going radio silent, forcing Unity to be questioning every single part of the map. Where could they be?
Yeah, and like you kind of have to think about like what possibilities they have in order to like attack the map. It's not like, look, they don't have like full top 4 control, Reapers and Hat are still upstairs. They have not been cleared. So I wonder what Sesh are actually going to be clicking up, because it looks like they're not really looking to take the rest of top 4. They don't really want to waste their time anymore. It just seems like they want to try and do like a default execute over by the exposition side, where they want to just open up the single reinforced wall and then try and plant below the defenders that don't have much intel in order to stop it on it in exposition. Besides the Valkyrie camera, I just seen that from Vic Fans. He's looking at it now.
Yeah, it seems like it's all up to Badger to get these walls out, get the plant going. It's up to Kixa to be the backstab on the lurks or on the second floor players, but a flurry of kills all of a sudden happen. One, that's the site player taken away. Reaper's still up on second floor. Still feeling a little bit of pressure from Kixa, but he floods back. Hiru working towards it, looking to try to deny the plant. 15 seconds remaining. He gets a kill onto Badger, but somehow Kix is able to get the trade. So 1v2 now, 10 seconds, 2 air jabs and a flash for the side of Kixa, but a nitro to be thrown from Reapers. He has information, but he's going for the kill. 2 seconds remaining. He might have a misinformation here, forcing the plant. Yellow ping right on where he is. It is lights out for Kixa. It's lights out for a positive round win for Sesh. So it's a 3-3 half on the final map of Consulate.
Yeah, and at least for Unity, you kind of get what you want. In a sense, you get 3 rounds on defense. You probably want to leave that half with a lead. But it's better than being down 4-2 when you're on your attack. And so now they get the opportunity, both teams get the opportunity to ban out whatever they want to ban out. And in this case, we get an Azami ban, which I feel like seems to be pretty default on cons. And I feel kind of weird about that last round, if I'm being totally honest, now that I'm like thinking about it fully, because like it kind of felt like previous rounds from like TeamSESH where it kind of felt like a little bit dry in the end. They kind of they only felt comfortable to plant when they absolutely had to, and even then it wasn't really all that comfortable of a round for them to like play in it or execute or try to plant in. So, you know, Unity get what they want, and now they ban Azami and Smoke, which Azami's pretty default. She gets banned a ton. I think that's Unity's most banned attacker this year so far, or even in Season 8 of XGS. But the Smoke is really important because that's important plant denial, and he's really popular for second floor.
Yeah, it's one of the plant denials that you can't counter very easily either. The only other one is Tachanka, but Tachanka's a little bit less scary based on like timing and damage, but also the weaponry that Tachanka brings to the table is a little less threatening compared to what Smoke has, having to deal with the Mossberg and the SMG-11. Pretty threatening versus the big Russian man with, the LMG is pretty good, but you know, it's a 3 armor, so he's just stomping around everywhere and can't hit crazy flicks like the 2-2 Smoke. So it makes sense to me.
I was gonna say, like, LMGs are also like, these LMGs like super slow.
Yeah.
Kind of sucks because it's like it's no recoil and also high damage, so it can like hit it can kill people quite literally in 2 shots.
Well, either way, that is going to be the choice from Badger since Smoke is off the board. They have a lot of traps to be able to deny the space that Unity wants to bring. The Ella is going to be one main one that is going to force him a lot of support space back, but BJL's already knocked to his legs. He's dead. BJL is dead, and it didn't really cost Sesh much of anything to get that kill. Not even nitros or anything. It was just great space from them, and Hero dies as well. Cirques. Well, Reapers is 1 HP in admin. The admin side attack from Unity is disjointed, but they're able to get a little bit of space.
Bomb detected.
Yeah, a lot of the pushes, or at least the one with Kiru, seemed a little bit mistimed maybe. Like, BGL's died because he, like, was down below and he was, like... Yeah, he was down below, so he died to, like, somebody just holding dirt against him. I don't know if that was something that he made that Sesh countered, or if it was something that Sesh made and they just used against him.
Detected a bomb.
But yeah, that kind of sucks. Now it means that you can't really uproot any of these meeting players, or even the player that's inside of that's usually inside of like these in catering where TK is playing with the nitro cell. Like you can't like stop that guy anymore because you don't have vert.
It's gonna be a really awkward round. Dare I say an impossible round unless Hat makes something miraculous happen as he's lurching along desk. TK finds Vic on a great timing. Comes into contact with Kixa, but Kixa's able to fall back onto bathroom and play with his food, allowed Tachanka to burn up Hat to half HP. Reapers dies from a nitro. One shot from TK will shut it down. TeamSESH find their first defensive round.
Yeah, and it seemed like it was really easy. Unity had like no type of map control. They also lost. They had a 5v3 early when they were trying to take admin control. Like you said, just a little bit out of sync with each other. Seemed very messy, discombobulated. And the only thing that was discombobulated maybe about Session that round was just like Cirques just running into admin like a chicken with his head cut off. And that was literally about it. Like super clean round for them. No negatives on their side. And they're gonna take that win on second floor, something that Unity couldn't do when they defended it the first time. And go down the basement straight up. And this is also a strong site to defend, just like second floor. Especially when you waste a lot of time on the roam and you're layering off to play site again.
Well, basement will be the secondary site of choice from TeamSESH as a stock standard for a consulate game. I mean, Unity was kind of forced to play not the stock standard based on the way that they could not defend the second floor or the first floor very effectively. And they did eventually get a good win onto the second floor, but basement, not so much. Kaid was left available due to the fact that smoke was banned, so it's going to make things very difficult for a garage side take. So instead of Unity opting for most likely taking over piano, ripping up in the floors, and seeing what kind of space they can grab from there.
And the plan here from Unity is obviously to get some sort of vert control just because they have Reapers on that Ram. For some reason, her name literally consists of 3 letters, and for some reason, I almost forgot it, so that's quite funny. I just thought I'd mention it because I was about to laugh about it just now. But yeah, they're gonna try and like take top floor control, but you know, the goal here, at least for Sesh, is that they probably don't want to play as aggressively for this. You look at their lineup, they have 5 nitro cells. You tell me if they want to layer off and play off of these nitro cells. I see that Space has pre-placed one, and Cirques has also pre-placed another.
I was gonna say, I'm assuming some of those are pre-placed because 4 of them are already out of their pockets within a minute. Oh, all 5 of them are now gone. And they haven't even, they've barely entered the building. Probably pre-placed, so it's a minefield in the first floor. It's like a World War I no man's land up near piano. Absolutely terrifying. They don't have pulse to be able to give that information of when to press G to blow it up, but do have space with the Valkyrie cams, I'm sure. But no one's even on the cam. Space is all the way in the second floor, and that's where my eyes are. When does he strike?
Yeah, and I wonder if like Unity just did a good job of like clearing out the cameras. Also, I imagine that because this vert is being made above the site where I'm assuming some of these nitro cells were placed, because the RAM is in play and she's currently shredding up the floor, that means that some of these nitro cells won't stick on the floor at all. They'll just drop down completely. That won't matter for TeamSESH though, as they find the opening pick onto Hat, who's 1 and 8.
Whoa, wait, Kira was able to get the plant down towards Pillar. Reapers gets kicks, but TK stabs Kira in the back towards Pillar. He was sitting in the corner. I think he's actually just flooded because there's no overwatch from Unity. So Vic, gonna try and take the space that his fallen comrade was trying to get. He's gonna have to go through Badger first, who's just gonna shut him down immediately. 4-1 now, BJL literally 1 HP. And it's Badger shooting his foot off. TeamSESH now. A great advantage here on Consulate.
Great cover bots. Oh my gosh. To be fair, that was kind of like, you didn't say great cover bots, but you kind of like highlighted the lack of cover there from like Unity. And the fact that they just tried to like, see, because they got all that vert control and they thought, well, maybe because they made a lot of vert, maybe we could just like run in Pillar and plant, because like Unity did clear out of the whole entire site. They had nobody playing Pillar. They had nobody really guarding it. But like the issue is that like you also have to cover the rotates back into sight so that the defense does not retake pillar like that. First of all, they didn't even have the garage wall open. Second of all, they also didn't have like the vert completed above garage even. So that meant that like Sesh had an easier time just retaking and aggressing onto pillar, and also just placing a player there and letting him play there for the rest of the round, because like ultimately that's going to be a really tough position to clear if you don't have the rest of the vert created, which they didn't. So yeah, just totally sucks in that round. We are going to be in a technical pause. For whatever reason that was requested by Unity, as you saw Kiru spam P in the team chat or in the all chat like like for the millionth time.
I was gonna say, I feel like they asked for a pause a lot earlier, so it makes sense why they'd spam it. I mean, okay, they were yelling. It's whatever. Apparently it's a bathroom break, which hey, I get it. But you know what, Chaka? One thing about me is that I can hold it until in between rounds. I would like the stream to know that last map I was dancing around because I really needed to use the washroom. But I was a big boy, and I was able to hold it, unlike a certain player on Team Unity. But it's all good. That bladder has been relieved, and now we're back into TeamSESH, being up 5-3. The first time that we're seeing TeamSESH on a tertiary site. This is a make or break for Unity here. If they if they lose this round, it is probably just the series being done. The reverse sweep was faked. Nothing good there. But if they win this, then we still got a game on our hands.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, this is like one of the... In T1, this is technically like maybe a tertiary site because Piano and Expo has fallen a little bit out of favor. But in like T2 and below, this site is not popular at all. I think this is like the fourth least preferred site, or the fourth site that's preferred by the defenders when you are defending consulates. So this isn't really common at all. And Sesh just picked this, I don't think just to pick it. I'm pretty sure they have a plan to probably throw Unity off guard, because there is like purpose in this, I'm assuming.
C4 going out to take out one of the Selmas towards emergency. But another Selma will be forced out from Hat. Player that has only gotten one kill so far. You'd expect him to be a little bit louder in this server, but it's just not his day, it seems, and that's alright. That's why it's a team game. Players like BJL and Kiru will take up the slack. It seems, though, Unity is going for a basement side take. Advance is the first to go through. You have Osa as well to be able to make this happen. Pulse being pushed back.
Yeah, it seems like this is more of a direct take from Unity, where they've made their way into electrical room, going down the stairs, and they're just trying to attack this directly. If you try and like do it like maybe more vertically, that's something that plays into TeamSESH's strength, which is, you know, why they have the Solus up above and the post down below in the garage. If they do this more direct, what answer besides Cirx being behind the server pillars? He's gonna get naded out. But what answer do you have besides him to like stop this plan?
Well, Cirx did get knitted out, like he said, but not before he takes the blood of Vix, who was a very prominent player previously in the last map on Clubhouse. But now it's BGL to take that mantle. 9-6 now. Reapers is able to find TK. Kicks on the other side is able to get that trade. That first floor webbing of the defense is so strong, but as they start to flood to the basement, that's where it all crumbles. Kicks down to 1v3. Not impossible, especially as the diffuser goes down. He has a couple 1v1s. He gets the first going. The second one is a near miss on Kiru's head. So there's Unity bouncing back since the second half, giving themselves their fourth round. We're not out just yet of this consulate.
Yeah, and I really liked how Unity kind of like indulged themselves in that defense, because like the fact that like it was just, it felt like when I saw them walk into electrical, like, oh, I just felt like they were gonna win that round just based off of the hold that I was saying. And there was nothing wrong with like the way that TeamSESH held it. They held it like how any other team would hold the site. They had a post down in garage that can get a ton of info, while Unity try and do like a full clear. That's probably what Sesh were expecting, but they weren't prepared for a more direct take, and that was probably my biggest issue with it, because the only person that they had prepared for a direct take was Cirx, as the bandit playing behind the server rack, and he had like no nitro to play off of. So how is he gonna stop the plant besides like swinging, getting one kill like he did, and then it just being a one and done, and then the round's over because you don't have site control, and now you're rotating in front of cutoffs. So directly taking the site there instead of just trying to do a full roam clear and making it a little bit more complicated was the right call from Unity. And I really like that from them and how simple it was to break that down. And like you said, we do have a game on our hands now. It's one round advantage for SESH, but now they go back to a stronger site that is much more preferred by the defenders.
Multiple links established.
Dude, watching Denari setups is like watching. It reminds me of like when you're in a math class and you have no idea, like you're just watching someone do the math problem.
I get overstimulated.
And then like you're not following at all. You're like, what are these numbers?
Yeah.
What are these letters? And then you get the answer and it all just makes sense. Like it all connects.
Yeah.
It's so fascinating. I was very critical of the Denari launch at first, but I like him. I think it's cool. I wish he was played more. I think the setups are very creative. Anyway, an admin side take, I'm assuming, from this Glaz and Monty, just by the position of the way that these characters work, which will be a little awkward with how many traps that TeamSESH have. And I'm gonna eat my words immediately as Kira just drops down yellow.
Yeah, he's the Monty though, so he'll still have to run into some of these traps, and he's probably gonna be too slow to run away if there's like a thorn razor blade here somewhere. I'm assuming, because if you have like all of these Denaris in one place, maybe a thorn will be placed right above them, because like the slow effect from the Denari can be quite powerful paired with the razor blade. I'm assuming they also have something on yellow too.
Rags going through off a single to signal maybe a single take, but BGL is getting run out on. There goes the Thatcher to be able to try to maybe stop some of those gadgets, some of those traps going out, and Hat will be taken out as well. Badger finally is going to be traded out from Kiru. He'll take his one. But now, how do they get the bomb down? They no longer have the vertical support from underneath. They haven't gotten a kill on the person playing on top of the desk. And the Reaper is taking a lot of damage. He's the one with the bomb. Vic is able to get one through the smoke, signaling maybe it's time for Reaper to swing in, especially with that nitro whiffing. He swings in just now. He's starting to plant the bomb. Kiro dies though towards Pixel. All eyes towards Reapers now, and Vic is shot down from the smoke, through the smoke, and there's Kicks. He finds 3 in a row, and it's beautiful. TeamSESH immediately getting their first round, or their first match point since map 2. And this might just be the grand finals in one more round, Chaka.
Dude, I just can't believe that Space survived for that long. He got naded out twice from that spot. He runs away, runs right back, avoiding the window cutoff, and then he kills the one player that's meant to kill him when he rotates back to like the desk from through the vert. That's where BGL was playing. BGL was playing the vert right below Space's position. And they worked so hard to try and clear him, but they just couldn't. And he stayed in that spot for so long. But even though he goes down, SESH showed great resilience to retake the spot. Even with the glass still in the window through the smokes, they just knew that they could just like run right past that window. And if you run right past that window, then you can't like cover anything on a desk, especially if they get like super deep in. So we're on grand finals match point. We're on consulate match point. And it's for TeamSESH, not Unity.
5 seconds to go.
You know, Chaka, one thing,
Multiple links
there's
established.
nothing that pisses me off more than a fake comeback. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing right now from Team Unity. The chance of a reverse sweep being just crushed in front of our eyes currently as TeamSESH. Seems that they haven't found any sort of contest. Yeah, the score looks close, but again, this is consulate. They accelerated past expectations on attack, and so far their defense is all but spectacular. It is spectacular, not all but. I mean, lose my words. There's 2 players on the side of Unity that are positive. Meanwhile, everyone on TeamSESH is positive. So again, a hold from TeamSESH that just seems very... dare I say, impossible to crack, especially with the fact that Unity was most likely expecting a basement hold.
I think with this lineup, they could still like work with it. This also fits like a Piano Expo like attack as well. Like if you have the ace, you can open up the exposition wall. You have smoke to smoke off the vertical. That probably won't matter because the Solus is upstairs. So unless Unity have some way to apply pressure on top floor, which it looks like they do, so they're attacking towards the site, they're applying pressure to it, but they might have this late round piece upstairs over by the admin side, which is big bands up here. He'll be up here along with Reapers trying to apply pressure to second floor while, you know, Unity work a execute over by exposition. This is most likely going to be Unity's last chance to do this, so they have to get this right.
Tensions are high. You can see it in the cams of Unity, the way that they're playing. You don't want to be the one that makes the mistake that costs you the map, costs you the series. It's so in reach, but just far enough where it might not be it. And Hat is the one, of course, to fall. Of course, it's Hat. Making this such a difficult map for the rest of Unity. Once again, Hiru eats a Razor Bloom. It's just trial after trial in front of Unity. He gets one, though, in the face of defiance. Hiru is able to get one, but he's swiftly shut down. So is a teammate next to him. A 3v2. A lurk from Vicmans keeps them in it. It's 2v2 now. 20 seconds remaining, though. They don't have the briefcase. They have to fight through the rest of the cobwebs that TeamSESH hold. It's a triple for Cirques. It's a 1v2 now. 10 seconds remaining. Dropping down from BJL. He's looking for kills. He's looking for blood, but that blood is not in sight. It's a double swing, but that's not going to be a second kill. That is wraps for Team Unity. TeamSESH, the underdog, back to back to back, will win the grand finals and take home the grand prize of XGS Season 8.
And even though they were the underdogs throughout their whole entire run through the XGS Season 8 bracket, they were the underdogs against Carnico. They were the underdogs against Ballsack Nation. They were the underdogs here tonight, and in every single game, they completely made all of their opponents look like fools. They made the people who predicted against them look like fools. I'm gonna be totally honest, they made me look like one too, because after the second map, I thought it was done too, but I was slowly doubting them when they lost Cafe, when they lost Consulate, and the attack seemed super dry. Or not Consulate, Clubhouse, when the attack seemed super dry. We get to Consulate and it just seems so reignited, and it's again Unity, just like how they did in the first two maps. They crumble. The lights are too bright for them, but it's not too bright for TeamSESH, who are the grand champions of Season 8 of XGS. We've been waiting so long for XGS to come back, and it comes back with somebody who we never expected to win.
A team of young guns versus a team of ex-professionals and players and names that have been in the game for ever so long. I thought the advantage was swinging towards Unity due to that fact of the veteran status. They have the endurance of a best of 5. Surely a team of young guns cannot come back from a reverse sweep going into game in map 5. But I ate every single word that I said earlier on in this map 5. TeamSESH took that break between map 4 and map 5 with gusto. They stood up, they got their energy and their hype back into it, and they pushed past what was an enormous wall of trials and mental fatigue, and they dominated Unity on Consulate. I mean, what an impressive Consulate that they showed.
Yeah, and even on their attacks when they were up 3-1, like, you know, those were the type of attacks that we were missing on Clubhouse and Cafe when it looked like Unity had brought this back. And honestly, like, you know, Sesh just needed some extra belief in their team. It seemed like maybe they just kind of were like doubting themselves a little bit going into Clubhouse, and it kind of bleeded into how that result turned out. We get into Consulate, that just looked like a completely different team. They seemed super confident on their attacks, some of their takes and their lurks were just so much better. And even though, like, again, you had like the same type of admin tags over and over again, and it wasn't looking like they like changed up in variation, they just completely outfragged Unity and outgunned them in spots that we weren't expecting them to. So good on TeamSESH and good on players like Cirx, who just was so consistently good throughout the whole grand finals. And if I had to pick my MVP for the grand finals night, I'm picking Cirx. Maybe with TK being a close second, third kicks up fourth space. Badger's always going to be the support player, so he's never going to hit the high numbers, but he was just as important as everyone else today.
Yeah, it's just an absolute cinematic game from both sides, dare I say. I mean, it turned from a 7-1 border to be a marathon of Rainbow Six Siege, and then ending the way that we just saw that. I mean, absolutely exhilarating. Congratulations to the side of TeamSESH. Again, the players that stomped the two, in my opinion, the two tournament favorites. I mean, I was expecting to be casting JJ right now, but instead it's TeamSESH, the dominators of Ballsack Nation, shutting them down, able to take grand finals as well. Just cinema, just beautiful. But before we leave, we do got a shout out rite of passage. You see it on your screen right now. $1,000 on the line for that prize pool and free entry into the next XGS, guys. So !sign up for more information. It's also on the XGS Twitter. It's all over the place. You can find it. It's easy peasy. Would recommend signing up. It's a blast. You get to potentially be casted by us or two other amazing casters. We've got a good lineup going on over here at XGS.
Yeah, and I'm excited to what we get to see for the future, because again, we waited like close to like 2 years, maybe a year for an XGS season to come back fully. I was literally bugging Andrew, wondering when we would get an XGS season, and we got it here today, and I'm glad for how it ended up turning out, because everybody that we expected to win didn't win, and we got a new exciting team to watch. I love seeing teams just like newer teams that you don't really expect. I love an underdog story, and you know what? Sesh is telling us straight up that we just shouldn't be treating them like that, and I love that for them. I can't wait to see what they do for Challenger Series when it comes up in the future, and if they do participate in Rite of Passage, what they will do next. Can they retain their belt going into the next season of XGS or going into Rite of Passage?
Well, the history books of XGS Season 8 have been finalized and written. And until those history books are opened back up with these new tournaments and these names and players to fight for their spot in those books, it is us saying goodbye. Thank you again to all of the players. Thank you to production, the observers, our producers, all casters, all replay operators, all stats, worms, and rats that have been in the lab. Everyone, big and small, that have worked on the show. Thank you for creating a beautiful production. And thank you to the viewer for sticking around and enjoying the cinema with us. Until Rite of Passage, and until CL, and until we meet again, have an amazing night and enjoy some more Rainbow Six Siege.